Good morning and welcome to the April 4th meeting of the Design Review Board. We have a very full agenda today. I'm going to turn it over to Michael Belush from the Planning Department.
Thank you, Sarah. Before we begin, I just want to do attendance and welcome our newest board member, Sarah Velasquez. Sarah, would you like to say a few words? Thank you. We welcome you and look forward to your comments today. With that, we do have 6 members present. We have Mr. Jason Agopian will be present via Zoom with a qualified medical exemption. And with that, I'll turn it over first to Mr. Stephen Rothstein, who can let members of the public know how they may participate in today's proceedings.
Sure. Thank you, Michael. Good morning, all. Today's meeting of the Design Review Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format with a quorum of the board physically present in the Commission chambers at the City of Miami Beach City Hall, and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing in person or virtually via the Zoom platform. In order to participate in today's meeting, those wishing to participate via the Zoom platform webinar may dial 888-475-4499, which is a toll-free number, and enter the webinar ID, which is 822-7394-1924, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 822-7394-1924. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must raise the raise hand icon if they are using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they are participating by phone. Before I swear in those that will be testifying today, I'm going to read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you are appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You do not have to register as a lobbyist if you are speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you are testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you are appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. If you are an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you are appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. For those that will be testifying today, I'm going to swear those that are here in chambers, and then I'll do each one individually for those that are participating via the Zoom platform. So those that are going to be testifying today, if you can, please stand at this time. If you're testifying. If you're not testifying, that's no big deal. Okay, so please stand, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you, and please be seated. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Michael.
Thanks. And before we continue, I just want to let the members of the public know we have moved one item on the agenda. Just to let everybody know that the application for DRB 23-0910 for 1790 Purdy Avenue, which is listed as number 10 on the agenda, will be moved to number 8. So it'll be first of new applications, and that'll come up as first of new applications after we get through the previously continued items. With that, since we do have all members present today, we are still vacant, one position, but we have 6 members present. I think the first thing we will do is do the election of chair and vice chair. So with that, do we have any nominations for a chairperson?
I nominate Sarah.
Do we have any other nominations first? Let me just make sure. Jason, Jason, are you online?
I am online.
Thank you. Any other nominations? With that, I think we can appoint Sarah as the new chairperson by acclamation.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
With that, do we have any nominations for vice chair?
I nominate Jason.
Jason, do you accept that nomination?
I accept.
Any other nominations? With that, by acclamation, we can accept Jason as the new vice chairman.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
And with that, we'll continue to our regular agenda items. First is the after action from the March 8th meeting. I did pass that around this morning. If I could get a motion on that to approve the minutes.
I so move.
Get a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Diffenderfer. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries 6-0. Next, we have one application with a request for continuance. This is DRB 22-0876 for 333 East Revo Alto Drive. I believe Mr. Amster has something to say.
Good morning. Matt Amster, law firm of Burke, Howard, L. Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanes, office at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. We're here just to request a continuance as we finish revising our plans. We're going to go in June, and I know this has to be renoticed as well, but we want to make sure that it's known that we're still working on revisions, and we'll be back in June.
With that, is there any members of the public who wish to speak on the request for continuance? With that, we will renotice the application for the June meeting since it has been more than 120 days since this application was heard. But just to make sure anybody who's interested in the application sees this on the agenda, if I can get a motion for the continuance request to the June meeting.
I so move.
I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries. The item is continued till the
Thank you.
June, let me just get the date here. That'd be the June 6th meeting. And with that, we can continue on to our first of our previously continued applications. I'll let Giselle read this one into the record.
The first item on the agenda is DRB 22-0896, 1400 West 23rd Street. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story residence, including a height waiver on a vacant site.
Let me just make sure we have our architect here present. I think, Ruben, are you available? Okay, I see Ruben has his hand raised. Before Ruben speaks, I'll just give a brief introduction of the application. This application did come before the board for review on February 7th. However, due to a noticing issue, it was re-advertised for today's hearing. The board did review the application, provide comment. Just a brief summary. The applicant is proposing to construct a new two-story residence on the south side of Sunset Island number 3. The applicant is also the owner of the adjacent property at 1420 West 23rd Street. This structure complies with all of the city code requirements for open space, lot coverage, unit size, and includes a modest unit size of 26.5% and a lot coverage of 21%. The applicant is requesting a height waiver as part of this application. For RS3 properties, the default maximum height is 24 feet. However, the board may approve a height waiver up to 28 feet. The applicant is requesting a height of 27 feet. Staff is supportive of the application and is recommending approval. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ruben for the presentation.
And Ruben, before you start, just a couple of housekeeping items. At this time, are there any ex parte communications that the board members need to disclose? Okay, no. And then Ruben, I'll need to swear you in before you speak to the board.
Okay.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and is 10 minutes enough time? Because I'll set the clock at 10.
Yes, it's perfect.
Okay.
We want to make it only a resume because we already spoke about this one in February.
Perfect. Then I'll start the clock now.
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning, members of the board, staff. First of all, my name is Ruben Gomez from A2 Design, 3631 Torremolinos Avenue, Doral, Florida. congratulations, Sarah, for the Madam Chairman, and Jason for Vice Chairman. And welcome to the new member of the board. To make it easy, I want to make a resume a little bit on the project because we already spoke about it and we did a couple of things that Sarah requested last time. And the first one is that we have a 13,000 square foot lot, and it's surrounded by a couple projects that belongs to RS2, that is more than 18,000 square feet. And as Michael said, on the west side is the owner, and one of the things that we're doing is trying to get the height waiver in order to make an alignment context correctly to give it to the neighborhood, like improvement to the neighborhood, to be consistent with the design and doing like a very nice smooth transition between all the surroundings. Then next page please. In page number 2, we have the right now it's a vacant lot that we have under the process in the building department, and that's why we're requesting the height in order to match with the next neighbor. Next, please. As you can see here, it is very, very small lot coverage, and also the unit size is very small because we have 26% that we can go up to the 50%. And next slide, please. Those are the calculations that you have on your set. Next, please. As you can see there, is very, very small lot coverage. We have, as we said before, 21%. Next one, please. This is one of the important because in the unit size, the second floor is very small. We have like almost a 10% on the let's say on the second area. Sorry, on the second floor of the area is very small compared with the lot. And that's the area that we're looking for just to raise a little bit in order to match with a neighbor that is the same owner. Next, please. That's first floor, 2-car garage, very, let's call it S-shape, trying to match exactly what they're doing in his own house. Next, please. 2 bedrooms upstairs with a family room and surrounding with the planters that is going to be very large when it grows up and match exactly what they have on the 1420. Next, please. That's the area of the roof that we have. Same concept as the main, the other house are at the 1420. Next, please. Okay, in this one, we have the palette. This is going to match exactly 1420. I know Sarah requested like a lighter up a little bit on the rendering. I think this one is not updated, but we can jump to page 18, please. There, we light it up a little bit, Sarah, for you, as you told us before, and it will match exactly the same because the owner wants to have exactly the same feeling between the houses, to have like a big jar between them. And as per your request the last time that you want to see something on the front, next slide, please. We did this photo montage. As you told us to do it, and we didn't put the 3 trees that they are required for the city trees required in order to have a better visual for the front, let's say northeast view, and we did this view. We calculate the lights there. There's a little, let's say, darker because of the the sun hits from the back from the south area. And that's why the shadows and all that looks like that. One other thing, if we can jump to page 15, please. So I said the last time that this was a very nice thing. I appreciate the compliment. And this is because that's what we want. We want to have everything aligned between the 1420 and this new house. And we have a letter of approval from the other neighbor that is 2301 Lake. We can jump to page 20, sorry. And we presented this the last time. Next, please. That's the lot that we have between those two RS2. That's where we're requesting the same height in order to match it. Next, please. This is the area only on the second floor that will be, let's say, higher. Next, please. And this one is the alignment that we have between the volumes. And as you can see with the neighbor on Lake, we have exactly like alignment with the second volume displacement, let's call it that way. And that's why if we appreciate it if you can approve this one with this height, because it's very important for the owner, and he would like to maintain all the area for the courtyard like that, very open, no additional structure, no anything there, even no pool, because he want to use his. And that's all. I appreciate everything. Thank you for everything, and I'm more than glad to answer any question that you may have.
Thank you so much.
Do you want to take a public comment?
Is there anybody here to comment on this? I see no hands raised. Is there anybody online?
There is one person with their hand raised online, Ben Wander.
Yes, hi, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Wander. Before you address the board, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and I'm going to set the clock for 2 minutes for you to address the board.
My address is 1401 West 22nd Street. I'm the property immediately, directly aligned with this property across the canal. And I just want to say that I fully support this project and thinking of what could be built here. This to me is perfect. I understand the people sometimes are against the height waiver, but it really is so far away from my property. And that was a worry of someone building a brand new house, and I was, quite interested in what was going to be built here. And I couldn't be happier with the plans. I think it's beautiful, and I fully support the project. And thank you for listening.
Thank you. With that, there is nobody else with their hand raised online.
Now, actually, Mr. Wander, can you clarify where is your home? Is it the one directly next door or across the street?
We've indicated across the waterway, so he's on the other side of the canal.
Thank you. I'm now going to close the public portion of the presentation and open it up to the board for discussion. Jason, would you like to comment first?
Yeah, sure. You guys hear me okay?
We can hear you.
All right. Of course, I'll start my video. Okay, I can do that. Yep. Sorry, guys.
Now we see you.
Okay. So I was supportive of this application the last time, I think, and I'm actually in favor of the height waiver, being that it's such a small portion. I'm very appreciative of kind of the overall massing of kind of the two lots put together in a way as the volumes kind of support each other. I'm very happy to see that, like the previous adjacent home, this home also has an adjusted floor elevation that addresses sea level rise. So that's really nice. And I'm super happy to see that the lot coverage, of course, and the unit size are dramatically lower than are allowed by the code. So that, and combined with kind of like the overall design and the aesthetic, the materiality, and the way these two homes kind of respond to each other, I think it's actually quite nice. So I think I think overall that the applicant's done a really nice job of creating sort of a family compound without creating kind of like a giant mass on this property, which of course, there could be a much larger massing of a structure here. So I'm happy to see what I'm seeing here. So I'm supportive. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Jason. Anyone else? Any thoughts, Sarah? Orlando, do you have any?
I could just update the board too. We did include a condition saying, so if the board approves this now, they can't come back and just double the size and do, expand the size. So we had a condition saying any expansion of lot coverage or unit size in the future will require coming back to the board. So the board would retain jurisdiction over any sort of improvements, to the site. And then I did want to note, I did modify the staff report to note that the required setback here is 30 feet. They're providing a 35-foot setback. They have the porch and overhangs projecting out, but the code would allow a 30-foot setback for the weather wall, and those elements could then project, 6 feet towards the street. So they have pushed it back beyond what the code would require.
My only
Michael,
No.
quick thing. We're okay with the proposal by staff. I forgot to tell about it, and thank you for the support, by the way.
Thank you, Ruben.
My only concern with this project, and I started to mention it last time, was this looks so beautiful on paper. It really makes sense, the relationship between the buildings. I was very struck when I went into the neighborhood and took a site visit to see how large the original structure is, what a 27-foot height looks like. And what's also happening is there's a few things also, I guess just say, when thinking about this project, it's all about the context, in that the design of the structure, I think what makes it look, even the one that's existing, even more massive, is that you have this very tall band along the top, and it creates this very heavy, almost overbearing look to the whole structure, so there's a design issue. Also, and if, CJ, if you could bring up, let me see, there was another, in the plans that were provided, there are some context photos. I don't know, let me see if I can get to them. Do you need more? This section of the island happens to feature many much smaller or single-story homes, and in the materials that the applicant provided, it goes, and shows the context, and it really sort of breaks down even the homes that are 2 stories in this area. They're set back significantly from the street side, and so even if they are as big, which this house has proposed is going to be the tallest one in that block by far, even if you go back to the image, let's see, it's in the presentation A3.5, you can see that both of these structures are bigger than or taller than the one next door, which is also, newly built by far. Can you bring up the A3.5, CJ, in the presentation? Yes, that one. You can see there that, and the one on Lake Avenue is also a new home, and these are much taller. So I think it's I like the design in general. I like the concept behind this. This is just a concern to me. And there's also, Ruben, can I ask you if, and I couldn't, along the property line between the 2 properties, there are all these tall trees. Are those going to remain?
I don't know if we have trees here, but I can tell you that one of them will be there. The bigger one, I think you can go to page 24, I think. So it is. You see on the corner the bigger one?
Yes.
That's the remaining one. Yeah, that one. The rest we wanna, needs to be by the city requirement, And honestly, we didn't have it here, but we want to have more palm trees between the houses as well that we have on the renderings. And that was a discussion that we have with the owner because he likes that connection between the houses with a lot of trees.
That was well, and that was the thing. When I went to look at the properties on Sunday, and I stood in front and I asked myself if the new house was 24 feet or lower, would it really change it? You know, would it really change the design? Would it really change the effect? And it's sort of, I wasn't quite sure, but having the trees in between it breaks up the lines anyway. I think more than anything, what this project shows us is the importance of precedent. And, you know, if we allow variances and waivers and, you know, it's not just about the project right in front of us today, it's what's going to come back years later. How is it going to affect projects moving forward? And I think that it's something that, you know, I'm thinking about with a number of the projects that we're seeing today. So I don't know what I was interested to hear what everybody else had to say because on the one hand, I absolutely understand completely why the design choices were made. But, you know, they were based on a decision made that, you know, in my opinion, shouldn't have been made so I'm not quite sure, but I'd be interested to hear other people's thoughts on this.
I mean, I'm really.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, go. No, please go.
I think Ruben. Yeah, I think the board is commenting now.
Yeah. Sorry.
I agree with almost everything you said, but now, and I also agree with not having a height waiver as a precedent because I'm tired of seeing that. I think that's a really bad thing to be doing. But in the same token, since this is literally a sister property and mirroring the other thing, I think it would be ludicrous for us to not let it be a mirror image in the height-wise of the existing property. So, you know, in that context, I think going forward, it would just be weird to see it a little lower just for the sake of it being a little lower. And I also, I guess, give some credence to the point that it's not such a massive house on that lot, that it doesn't take up as much as it could. So that's kind of where I am. I'm supporting it because of that.
Does anybody else? Sarah, do you have any thoughts? Just jump right in. Put on your microphone.
I agree totally with your comments and your comments as well. I think it's a precedent that it's set right now. But given what I see in the volume, what I see as a compound, right? It's going to be a compound property. It's not two lots. It's actually a compound property. I don't see that the height difference right now is going to, you know, what you said about the trees also is going to help a lot. I think if you know, the owner is already thinking about the massing on the landscape, right, from the views and everything. I don't see a problem as it is right now. And the comment that Michael made for the future, I think that gives us, as a board and everybody else, sort of like peace of mind that they have to come back if anything would change in the future. I think that's a guarantee.
Yeah, because it seems like we're understanding that it's part of the give and take of you're making a smaller volume, but.
And that's a big part of it, Michael, that part of it, that they have to come back because we're also seeing these things creeping up and coming back and adding things later after they've already been approved. And that's a really bad precedent. So good call on that one.
Jason, did you have any other comments?
No, I think the board all had great comments as well as your take as well, Sarah. But if everybody is done commenting, I'm happy to make a motion. Give it a shot.
Go for it.
Okay. I move to approve DRB application 22-0896, inclusive of all staff's recommendations.
Second. I second.
Second by Mr. Comas.
Oh, I think I was first.
All in favor of the application?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you, guys, and thank you for taking the time. And what I want to say is I agree with you, Sarah, on that position because the precedent could be, you know, worse for the future. But this is an example that when it happens, this kind of situations, you need to be careful before approving anything different, in the previous projects, okay? But thank you for the time, guys, and appreciate all the comments. Thank you.
Thank you. The next project is 1920 Alton Road.
And Giselle, can you read that into the record?
The next item on the agenda is DRB 22-0873, 1920 Alton Road. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 5-story mixed-use building, including a height variance, a variance from the minimum height of the ground level, and a variance from the minimum required off-street loading spaces.
So the board will remember this application came before you first on December of last year, and again on February 7th of this year, with design changes in an attempt to address the concerns that were expressed by the board previously. Since the February meeting, the applicant has made further modifications to address the board's concerns, and these have been outlined on starting on page 9 and 10 of the staff report, which is pages 31 and 32 of the board packages. Staff is supportive of all the changes that have been made so far. We did know one item that the applicant has not responded to yet, and that was something that the board brought up back in December, and that was to differentiate the office portion from the residential portion. So we are recommending that the design be further modified to sort of distinguish the residential area from the office area, to include, some sort of solid areas, different materials along the elevations, particularly the areas where they have now glass curtain wall, abutting closets and bathrooms. So I think that's the perfect location to have some sort of solid panel or some sort of solid element to differentiate this residential portion from the office component. With that, we are recommending approval of the application, including variances number 1 and 2. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. McDowell for the applicant's presentation.
And just before we start, Carter, any ex-parte communications from the board members? No. Thank you.
Yeah, I did meet with the clients via Zoom on Friday last week.
And they reached out to me, but I didn't. I wasn't able to meet with them.
Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, Carter McDowell, Bills and Sunberg, 1450 Brickell Avenue. I'm here with my associate, Liana Kozlowski, representation of ownership, our project architect, Shamim with Gensler. We also have our traffic engineer and our landscape architects here to answer any questions. We're fully supportive of the staff recommendation. And just on the last piece that Michael mentioned, the reason we haven't at this moment introduced those solid materials in the residential side is we actually don't have, as you understand, final floor plans, and we look forward to working with staff to, in fact, implement their staff recommendation, which is to incorporate some solid materials in those areas where it's appropriate, where it's a closet or a bathroom or some other thing. To do it now is essentially speculative because the interior may change depending on the desire of the ultimate occupant of those units. It is expected they'll be for sale in condominium units, and we apologize. We should have said this in our response. That's our only response. I wanted to, you heard a little bit of the history, but I think just because Ms. Velasquez hasn't heard it, one of the things you'll hear, and we've been meeting with the Sunset Harbor neighborhood continuously through this process, they still have concerns about height, but this is really, as I described it in our last couple of meetings, the tale of two different 5-story buildings across the street from each other. The first was built before the code had addressed sea level rise. It is, in fact, exactly at sidewalk level and maybe a little bit below because the streets have been raised, and they already are having flooding issues and water issues with regard to their ground floor at the Palau, which is across the street from us, which is primarily residential but with a commercial mixed-use base. The code now not only allows us but requires us from a design elevation to be above base flood, and indeed with the commercial uses, the food and beverage uses at the ground floor, based on our design, we're required to have a 17-foot distance between the finished floor elevation and the finished floor of the second floor above it. It's supposed to be 17 feet. We've actually asked for a variance to reduce that by 2 feet. So the variances are in some sense offsetting because we're not meeting the full 17-foot clearance on the ground floor that the code would otherwise require. We are required to use maximum 5-foot freeboard and have 12 feet above. We felt that didn't work well within our design. And I wanted to give you a little bit of that history because they are different in height, but they're different in height because the code has changed, and these clients and these owners are very much interested in building a truly resilient building that will be operational and in good condition for the next 100 years. So we do meet all of those requirements. We have for the food and beverage, we have a slightly elevated, and we found what we think is a good compromise. We're above sidewalk elevation by several feet, but we're also not 5 feet above. We could have been 5 feet above with that element. So we've tried to find a conservative, resilient, sustainable design that responds to the current code in its context going forward. And all of the future buildings that are going to be built in the Sunset Harbor neighborhood are going to be built under the code that we're designing to, not the code that DePaul was built to about 10, 12 years ago now. The world has changed. And so that's really part of it. And we're both 5-story buildings. We are different heights because the requirements have changed. With that, I want Shamim, our project architect, to talk to you about our design changes. The Sunset Harbor neighborhood has said they like the architecture. We've made some really important and significant changes in the building between the last time we were here and today. We've really pushed the envelope. You'll see we've literally pushed the envelope back. We've lost net leasable square footage in doing so. And we've introduced a lot of landscape material. And we think that we hope you will agree that we've done a really good job of responding to the concerns that this board has expressed. With that, Shamim.
Thanks. Shamim Ahmadzadagan from Gensler, the architect on the project. Good morning to the board. Congrats to Sarah and Jason for the chair and vice chair position. I know you're all very familiar with the project. This is our third time. But very quickly, from the previous iteration, which we submitted February 7th, the request from the DRB basically went into 5 categories. So the first one was to minimize the visual massing off of 20th Street. We did that by actually stepping back the terraces or the balconies, and you'll see that coming up in a section, to a maximum depth of about 9'2" set back from where it was, so quite significant. Minimizing the street wall effect off of 20th Street. We shifted the 20th Street facade 2 feet back in plan, and again, we'll go into the visuals of that soon. Number 3, you talked about a softer, kind of more green approach to the architecture and the facade. We introduced biophilia and integrated into the architecture a little bit more than the previous iterations, and we'll show you that in a second. To eliminate the connecting roof soffit between the resi and the office portion, and you'll see that we eliminated that. And the idea that the building appeared a bit too dark in terms of the materiality, and so you'll see that we actually went in and lightened it up with the introduction of kind of lighter wood soffit material and also lighter metal panels. So as a diagram, what we had shown you previously on February 7th was this building as you're seeing here. And what we're going to go through is some of the things that we had shifted. So the red kind of shows the offset off of 20th Street, set back 2 feet. This is really the maximum kind of feasible amount that we could put it back just based on the planning of the interior, the structure, and also the rear yard setback. The other thing that we did was we separated that connecting canopy on the roof between the office and the residential portion, highlighted in red, so that was taken off. The idea, and in my opinion, this is actually the one that has the most visual impact, is this idea of the terracing of the balconies as they go up. As we talked about all the way at the roof, it's set back 9 feet 2 inches from where it was previously off of 20th Street. And you'll see in section that actually this terracing massing that we've done does open up the kind of visuals towards the sky, thereby minimizing the impact of the height, and we'll show you that in more specifics soon. And of course, the integrated vegetation across the architecture. So what you're seeing in the dark green, at the level right at the parking, there's a strong band of green terracing that occurs there. All of the notches, so you're seeing those kind of green C-shaped areas, also have landscaping on every level. And then, of course, we introduced the green, vertical green, right around the penthouse green, as one of the comments suggested, trying to hide that penthouse on the roof. So, just as a reminder, the original submission was December 6th, and you're kind of seeing what it originally looked like from that perspective. And again, we just kind of want to show that we definitely have listened to the board and have tried to mitigate the notion of kind of the prominence of that corner. Now, we took the first comments that you had said when we reviewed it December 7th. You can see that we minimized all of the balcony edges significantly, that we introduced a different type of material palette so that it reduces the dark kind of feel. But there was still some more comments, and so you can see, so from the February 7th to what we're submitting today is what you're seeing here. So now you can see that as we set back the building off of 20th Street 2 feet back, the idea of the terracing that you're seeing of the balconies really helps to mitigate the impact of the building. And I'm going to kind of flip back and forth so you can kind of begin to see the building most definitely steps back and has a more kind of respectful tone towards the overall neighborhood. What you're also seeing here is the biophilia kind of spilling over at that garage level to mitigate the impact of that kind of strong horizontal that we had at the parking level. That was one of the comments that was made. We wanted to show them side by side again so that you can see there was definitely a lot of work in trying to make sure we address the comments from the DRB. Again, some of the things that we wanted to highlight again is the revision 1 on the left kind of shows the fact that we just had those balconies going straight up. In this case, that stepping back balcony.
How much more time do you think you'll need?
Probably another 4 minutes, if that's okay.
Okay. Can you make it 3 perhaps?
I will go as fast as I can.
Thank you.
Absolutely. What this really shows is the blue angle shows the stepping back of the terraces. So you can see that from that top, we have 9'2" setback from where the original design was. And so we feel that that's a really significant change, especially in the appearance of the project. Again, just highlighting what we did. So the previous design used to connect the canopy where the office and the residential was, and now it's actually separated, and we've removed that. That kind of highlights the residential area and also helps to break the scale. Just a close-up again, showing the integration of the biophilia, the color palette, the kind of warmness of the new design. It does have a more, well, what I'll call kind of a beachy vibe to it now, which I think is in line with the location. Again, still a very modernist design. You can see the activation on the ground floor, the kind of pedestrian environment, the F&B, the integration of the landscaping at the ground level as well. This kind of shows the 20th Street facade, and just highlighting the notches, you can see we've introduced the biophilia surrounding those notches, and also took away that connecting canopy between the office and the residential. Again, just as an analytical section, you can see what we had before on the left. What you're seeing is the current design on the right-hand side. The red dashed line in the poche shows how much we've actually taken away from the building. Carter addressed it. That is a net loss in terms of the rentable area, but we felt that if that's what it takes to kind of make this building in compliance with what the DRB thinks it should be, that's what we're going to do. And in the end, we actually feel like it does create a better building. This section is important because it shows how the setback actually helps mitigate the height variance. So what you're seeing in the dark poche, in the red poche, is kind of what the building used to be. And this is including that 3 foot. What you're seeing in the black shows where we are now with the setback. So you can see from the sectional perspective that actually we've helped to mitigate that 3-foot height variance that we're asking for by that step back, because now you actually have much more open views to the sky, and the view corridor is actually much better than it would have been even if the building was dropped 3 feet and we kept it the way it was before. So all of this stepping back basically helps to mitigate the height variance that we're asking for visually. This is what we had before from the street view from Sunset Drive. This is the new revision, which really shows and focuses on the materiality. We didn't do many things off of Sunset Drive because most of the focus was really on 20th Street. This is really highlighting the materiality and also the pedestrian activation that's occurring at the ground floor, which definitely is important for the neighborhood. This is the bird's eye view. This is the second bird's eye view. Got it. This is both together. The materials, which is something you had definitely asked for, we have over here on the bottom right-hand side, and I can bring it to you directly if that's what you would like, so you can see a better kind of closer viewpoint. But you can see that the metal panel has more of this kind of lighter champagne, I would say, color to it. And again, it's much lighter when you take it out into the sunlight. In this light, it actually appears to be much darker and duller. We also introduced a wood that has a much lighter patina to it, so that it brightens up the majority of the building in terms of its material and feel. We introduced that wood soffit definitely at that pedestrian level, so the pedestrians can actually interact with the material. That's where it's most impactful. The glass is clear, both for the railing, but also even in the laminated glass that we're using for the window wall system. It meets all the energy requirements, but it doesn't have any dark green or dark blue tint to it. And that's what we have.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
It does.
Are there any members of the public that wish to speak on this? Please come forward. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Sarah, congratulations, and Jason, congratulations.
How much time do you need, Sarah?
Just a little bit more than 3 minutes that I'm allowed, just in case?
It's normally 2, but it's at the discretion of the chair.
Right. And just in case, I want to thank you very much for the presentation. Yes, we worked very hard with them in order to get to the building that you have today. We have put in a lot of comments. We had told them about the setback. On the last meeting, in order to mitigate the height, we did ask to put the residence on top of the building in order to mitigate, because everything is 13 feet. So a residential with 13 feet, we believe that the office can live with 12 feet. I understand about the flood elevation. We're going now up to 17 feet or 9 feet of flood elevation. We raised that area 5 feet on the vision plan in order to have residential. We never thought we would have office. That's what we incentivized CD2 with the 10 feet and raising it to 65 to 75 feet so they can have the greatest height on an office, but never in this area. So they decided that they're going to put office here. I truly understand. The height is way big than what it is because we're talking 55 feet is by ordinance. They want the additional 3 feet, but the building is not 55 feet or 58 feet. The building is over 80 feet by the time we're done with the roof, the 16 roof, and you're talking about 17 feet of flood elevation. I did ask to reduce the freeboard, to see if they can reduce the 3 feet of the freeboard, then they can have their 13 feet of office elevation. Mitigate it somewhere, but we do not want it that height. We do not want the 3 feet granted because the building is way like 87 feet. So we're not talking about a small little building. We're talking a massive building. I'm happy that they tiered it back. We recommend it for them to tear it back. Just like Sunset, 18 Sunset makes a lot of difference. The building looks beautiful. It's transparent. We like the greenery. They didn't put the palm trees on the side of Sunset Drive. They have trees there, but they're supposed to keep the palm trees, the beautiful palm trees that we have there. So I urge you to think about that, because for us to raise it even more than the 55 feet that we allowed, because it used to be 50 feet. We should have left it at 50 feet, knowing we didn't know about this elevation of 17 feet of flood. And they are on top of the flood already because it was raised. So it's not like they're low like Palau. Palau is like 4 feet down. I understand that. So if you have any other questions, thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else wish to speak about this from any other members of the public?
There is one person online,
Okay.
Mike Busella.
Everybody, how are you?
Good morning, Mr. Busella. Before you address the board, I just need to swear you in. So could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and I'm going to set the clock for 2 minutes for you to address the board.
Yep. So I'm a relatively new resident, call it a year and change into the neighborhood. I came into the neighborhood for the same reason I moved to the neighborhood. I did in New York, which was, historical precedent, quaint scenery. I think in the last discussion I suppose, approval, we talked about not setting poor precedent because then people can follow on with that. And I actually wasn't aware of how large the building was until the woman who most recently spoke described it. To me, that does seem substantially out of line for our neighborhood. So I just want to emphasize my agreement with her. And I think I want to emphasize the new chairwoman's views on setting precedent where we'd have to agree to that going forward when it may not have made sense in the first place.
Thank you so much.
With that, there is nobody else with their hand raised online.
And I'm going to close the public portion of the presentation and open it up to the board for discussion.
Madam Chair, we'd like to address some of the comments that were made because there's really inaccuracy in some of the comments that were made.
I wouldn't be surprised if we asked you about that too.
Sarah, but I think typically after the public comment, the applicant has a chance to respond, and then we can go to the board comment.
Okay. So how long do they usually get?
However long you think they need to respond.
Okay.
Carter, how much time do you need?
I don't think we need a lot of time, but I do think there's some important corrections and a little bit of the context that we need to talk about, particularly since we have a new member. In terms of the building height, it is true that to the top of the mechanical it is 88 NGVD, but that starts at 8, so it's 80. That mechanical space actually could be to 25 feet above the roof, where it's 16. We minimized the height of the override, the mechanical override. That's not counted in building height, so it's not an 88-foot building. In fact, from our finished floor elevation meeting the flood requirements, it's 63 feet to the top of the roof. And again, so I understand for people who don't work with sections and architecture and the flood elevation and where it's measured from, it's confusing. So yes, on our plan it says 88 feet NGVD to the top of the mechanical, but in fact the building is 63 feet. As we've talked about at some length, and let me step back. There was a suggestion that we should make the top floor residential, and that would reduce the height. It actually wouldn't for the architects on the board. If we were to have residential across the top of the building, we have to put in bathrooms, we have to put in kitchens. They will be spread across the entire floor. We will have to address the plumbing necessary underneath those uses, and you actually wouldn't save the 3 feet, even if residential was on the top floor. It is true, residential doesn't need 13 feet, but the mechanical and the plumbing and everything else that would go with it that would now be on top of office space would require additional height, and it really wouldn't save much height at all. It might save a foot at most, but more importantly, it would completely screw up the design of the building. There would be different cores, there would be different circulation. It really would redesign the entire building to do that, and obviously we do not want to do that. We can't do that. Along the way, though, we've talked about this, one of the reasons that we are taller is that we have a very large FP&L substation behind us. So we can't push this building back further because we're already on top of that substation to a great degree. That's why the building is massed the way it is. And The 13-foot floor-to-floor, which is what we're asking for in the 3 office floors, is absolutely critical in the marketplace. And I didn't fully understand this when we first started. I've worked on several office buildings, and they've all, including the Starwood building, that has a 13-foot floor-to-floor. It was the first Class A office building that was built. Happened to also be designed by Gensler. In the office world, if you don't meet that requirement, those office tenants who are looking for Class A office space don't even come look. It's not a matter of can we live with 12 feet. With the brokers and whatever, if we don't meet that minimum standard, and most of the office space that this particular client is building throughout Miami has much higher floor to ceiling, it's more like 14 or 15 foot ceilings, sometimes 16 in Wynwood, that is a base for a Class A office tenant to even consider looking at space. So it is critical to us. It's only 3 feet. We've made very significant changes, as Shamim has described to you, to offset that impact. We don't believe that people on the street will actually see that difference with the changes that we've made, and we would ask that you move forward and approve the variances as we have asked, particularly since we are also offsetting them. If you have specific design questions, Shamim is here to answer them. But we really have worked hard to make this a truly Class A building, setting what we believe is a good design precedent for this neighborhood going forward, because all of the new buildings will be built under this code. They won't be built under the code that the Palau was built under. With that, we're here to answer any board questions.
Thank you very much for clarifying. I now want to open up the discussion for the board. Who would like to start?
I mean, this is very tough for everybody involved, and we know that the code changed in the middle of everything, and so I know the residents worked really hard, and I really sympathize with the residents on this one. But I have to say, in seeing the presentation and seeing the changes in the presentation, I think they made an amazing good faith effort to address all the needs they can. So I appreciate that. I think the color is great. The building feels and looks much lighter. One question I had was the bottom band where the plants are now along the balcony looks like it's actually taller than the old one. Is that?
It's the exact same height. We introduced planters directly in front of it so that the planters.
So it's not
over
taller.
Time, no.
Okay, I told Carter for rendering purposes, you actually the new building looks actually bigger than the old one because it's a little bigger in places, and I think the angle of that makes it makes that bottom thing look more imposing. But other than that, I think all the changes you made were very positive. I have to say, in one of the toughest things in all of this is making these types of compromise. And I think that in this city, we really, really need to push and strive for excellence. And I'm fully supportive of 13-foot ceilings, even though it's going to add that extra height, because the worst thing we could have is a building that is built subpar, that in 10 years is not looking pretty and is no longer viable. Nobody ever said these ceilings are too tall. So I think you can never underestimate how important ceiling height is. And again, I think the city, the city does not a great job with these code changes and saying what's going to happen. And this whole height perception, when we think something is 5 stories, and in reality it's 7 stories when you add everything that goes into it. And then electrical equipment makes it even taller. It's just not a fair perception for residents. And I wish we had a way where we could say, it's really 63 feet, but in essence, it's going to be 85 from the street where it is now. That's all. I mean, I think we have to look at Palau, and I think Palau has a lot of problems because of built below. I think in retrospect, we could look at Sunset Harbor that was built before they raised the streets. We wish that would have been taller too, so that it would be at street level. And as far as going to the maximum of freeboard, I think we can never encourage people not to do that, because they're spending the money to do it, and I think we have to plan for the future. And we're just entering an era where things are going to be taller in the midterm. They're going to seem really even taller than they are. once the streets are raised again, they'll seem not so tall, but we're stuck in that point. So you know, it's a tough situation, but I'm generally in favor of this at this point.
Thank you. Jason, I can't see if your hand is raised. Do you want to comment?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, and thank you to the residents for being so proactive and involved and concerned about your neighborhood. This is the only way that we can affect change and have the architecture that's being created around us be responsive to us. So I really respect and always value what especially the people that live in the area are saying. So I appreciate the applicant really taking the time to listen to what the board and the residents have said over the last 2 meetings and even today. I too agree with Scott. I think the design is vastly improved. I do want to make sure if it does head to an approval today that all the biophilia, and this is of course related to the plantings all over the roof, the true green roof, the hanging gardens, the additional large trees that we see on the facade on the second, third, fourth, and fourth floor, that all those things actually happen. I hope there's a condition that we can have in there. Again, if it's important to have these palm trees interspersed with the required street trees as requested, I think that's a viable concession as well. This is a lot about, and I think the variances that we have here, especially the one that's not necessarily the height variance, but the one for the first floor elevation, I think they're warranted, and it's kind of like this combination of how to get the building to fit and to meet the required use, but then also how to respond to the neighborhood and the architecture and the context. I will say just one quick thing about the idea of setting precedent. Yes, these are quasi-judicial hearings, so our decisions do get noted and are down in the books. But as we all know, the board changes, code changes, and I think it's really important that we all understand as board members that every decision we make is based on the specific context of the project that we're looking at, right? So even though in the past, like 4 years ago, there was a zillion or there were 100 height variances given in certain neighborhoods, we don't necessarily have to. We don't have to do that just because it happened before. I mean, I try to make a really conscious effort to look at each project in its own context and really as its own piece of architecture within the city and the city fabric. So I think everyone just kind of has to bear that in mind. And then just one comment. I know your roof structure, the mechanical room on the roof, you haven't made it as high as you could by code. To me, it's still pretty giant. I don't know if that's just because you have to put the elevator equipment up there or what's up there, but I would say maybe as a condition, if possible, always working to keep that as low as possible, even though we're really not going to see it from most of the street sides. I do think it looks like it's about, 16 feet high or 17.
It's 16
yeah,
feet.
So I don't know if it can get any lower, but I would say if it can, to minimize that as much as possible would be appreciated.
Yeah, that has to do with the mechanical overruns for the elevator and the mechanical equipment on top of there, so that people aren't looking at that kind of nastiness behind the screening. And if you remember, the screening actually has that kind of artistic perforated panel that we introduced at the parking level as well. So even though you really can't see it, we went into the trouble of making sure that if you do see it, it'll still appear as if it's something designed. But as we're going through the design process, if we can lower it by a foot or 2 feet or however many feet, we certainly do that. There's no reason for us to push it up any higher. It's just there just to cover up the mechanical equipment behind it so that you're not looking at a elevator overrun.
Yeah, I think if you can just, I know your full engineering isn't complete yet because obviously you're still in the design phase. But
Right. Yeah.
I think as that room gets designed, if it can get obviously shorter and even smaller,
For sure.
I think it would be nice. So I would just say to kind of have that, if that's a condition that could be noted, possibly. It is a fairly large, L-shaped section up there on the roof hiding equipment. I appreciate that it's hidden, yes, of course, because somebody may be looking down on it. But all the efforts you've made to do a living green roof is much appreciated, because I know those are very challenging and costly to do, but they can work, and they're all over. Craig Robbins has done it all over his buildings in the design district, and it's great. It reduces the heat island effect from above. It creates a much more attractive looking roofscape, which is appreciated.
We'd be happy to work with staff to minimize the height of the surround as we go forward and understand the details of it and more. We also did introduce specific planting at the base of that, facing both north and east. I always get turned around on this project. So there will be significant planting at the base of it that will grow up, that will also mitigate the impact of the mechanical area. If you look at the plans, we did. That's one of the places where we added significant additional planting materials along that wall.
Yeah, I see in your renderings too. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Any other comments?
Yes. I am very supportive of the effort that the architecture has made. You've done a good job. I will like to, in order to be fully supportive, the landscape architect to guide me through where in the plans, in the landscape plans, I can see it's like I can see in the renderings the plants in the balconies and the biophilia you have included, but where in the plans is that?
Sure. Matt Wisniewski, Kim LeHorn, landscape architect. On L340, we show basically a kit of parts. It was important to us that this was not just a monocrop of one vegetation type across the roof, but it did, have a holisticness to the design and the continuity from the ground floor for species diversity on the roof. That also, provides a little bit of redundancy as well in terms of the plant palette. We chose a plant palette that was predominantly native with a couple of Florida-friendly type of plants. Those include things such as low ground covers like perennial peanut with full sun, golden creeper, green island ficus, and also dwarf Fakahatchee grass. The idea is that this is a layered garden, albeit on a roof, and that we could actually kind of take that same architectural approach from stepping back in a wedge shape and work the vegetation kind of up as it approaches that kind of screening capacity.
I understand the plant material you're using, and I understand the concept, but where in the plan is that?
We have on our R340.
Like the indentations that they're making in the buildings, the plants that they're showing in the balconies? Because they look very good in the renderings, but I don't see them in the plan. Really, we're approving.
Yeah, I think, because did you guys update the landscape plans since you included those planters?
Other plan, show them notches. So.
Yeah, if they haven't been updated, the intention is there to be landscape around those notches. So that's definitely part of the design intention. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a label.
Yep.
But I'm not seeing the plans.
Got it. Do you have the latest landscape plan in here?
No, I don't. Whatever was submitted.
Got it. Okay. Well, we'll make sure to get that to you. I mean, the design intention is there. It's definitely going to be there. We can write it into. We can add the condition immediately. But
we can add a condition basically saying that the landscape plans should be reflective of the renderings that are shown to the board.
should include sections and methods of irrigation and drainage and everything.
Yeah.
We certainly accept that condition. I believe there is more detail in the overall plan, but it may not have gotten the.
Now, one question for staff: is turf allowed, artificial turf allowed in the roof?
It doesn't meet our definition of a green roof in terms of a living roof, but I think they no longer have artificial turf on their initial plans.
Do not.
Did show artificial turf, but their latest plans do not or should not include artificial turf.
And we're happy to agree that it's not artificial turf.
Okay.
And actually, if you can show the screen, just so that, yeah, so what you're seeing here, we did include in the appendix here, the revision to the planting at the perimeter. So the highlighted green basically shows where all that planting should occur.
Okay. And it shows it on every level, so that there is a record of where we've introduced it. You see it there.
If we don't get that.
Right. Of course, we need to make sure that the planters are designed to support the living landscape material, and it's going to be healthy and maintained.
For sure.
Absolutely.
The landscape reviewer in the building permit process, I can tell you, is pretty active in making sure that the construction details are there and the irrigation details are there. We understand the concern, and we're committed to making it work.
Okay.
We also don't want dead plants.
Our client also doesn't want dead plants on their buildings. That's what was said. So. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah, do you have any comments, any thoughts? Or?
Sorry, Sarah, I think you just.
I have a question about the rooftop.
You need to turn your mic on, I think.
Is it there? Can you hear me? The percentage of usage of that, of the structure, right? The structure that we're talking about, that L-shaped. The width of the other side, probably the longest side. When I just saw these landscape plans, you can see it's pretty wide after the, yeah. Yes. Could that be? Yes, could that be, well, the whole massing of it, I think it's a little, it really looks pretty massive for just a rooftop with mechanical. Is there any way that can be reduced to the maximum? I'm not talking about the height because you already, made them, yes. I'm just talking about the width, actually, of the whole structure that is there, yes.
Yeah, so we'll take a look at that as we get the mechanical guys involved a little further.
Mm-hmm.
We need the mic. We need the mic.
So the question was, is there any way to minimize the overall length of the mechanical area, penthouse on top of the roof? And the answer is, as we begin to work with our mechanical consultants, we're going to take a look at where we can reduce that area. Right now, it's basically taking the space for elevator overruns, mechanical equipment, and stair access. All of those are encompassed within that shape so that they don't feel like just random pop-ups on top of the roof. And so we were trying to connect them with a design feature as we work with the mechanical guys. And if we can reduce it, we can write that again into the conditions that we're definitely going to try and minimize that. But because we don't have our mechanical guys fully involved yet, this is kind of the minimum that we're showing.
We can include a condition to reduce the height and footprint, if possible, for the mechanical enclosure on the roof.
Absolutely.
Which we accept.
Should we take up unless anybody has any comments?
I was going to comment.
Okay, please do.
I just want to say that I agree with my other board members in that I think that I really appreciate the design changes that you've done, and really I think every time this comes before us, the building does get better and better, and I really like the change in color. As you said, it works well with the sort of beach. I just think this is getting better and better, and I really appreciate it. I have a few really specific questions that I think would help. I'm also of the at a certain level, a layman, with the freeboard and the height and then this. And so just to clarify for everybody listening, by right, this, because what you're really asking for from us is just 3 feet. That by right, am I correct that you could build a building that was 85 feet in total? Is that, and I want to count like actual
The
height.
answer is if you're talking to the top of the mechanical
Yes.
space, we actually could be taller than that because we're 10 feet shorter on the override above the roof. If you look at the roof, which is at 63, we could be at 60 feet without any question, and then there's the mechanical above. The code allows 25 feet. We're at 16 feet. You've asked, and we've agreed that we'll try to minimize it further, both as to footprint. There are also, particularly in Sunset Harbor, there's some very specific setbacks for that space away from the roof edge, which we do meet, that are larger than in other districts.
Yeah, because typically you could, with board approval, the board has approved buildings with a parapet with enclosure that's 25 feet to follow the line of the floor below. In this case, the neighborhood requires a 25-foot setback, I think, from the minimum setback for those enclosures. So it does force it to be set back from the facade of the building.
You will see it from a distance. I really don't believe you're going to see the mechanical enclosure from anywhere in the street in Sunset Harbor. As you're driving down Alton Road, I think you will see it. Maybe from the far end of 20th Street, you will see it, at least until the building to our west gets redeveloped, which I suspect it will. It's only 2 stories. And of course, there's the Publix just past that. So there are some very large buildings in the area. But to answer your question, we could be at 60 feet. We're asking for 63 overall. That's measured to the roof height, and that's the building height under the code with the 5-foot freeboard and the variances that we've asked for.
So regardless of what we end up deciding, this building is going to be bigger than most its immediate neighbors.
Even if we were at 60 feet, we would be bigger than Palau because the code has changed.
Even at 50 feet, because when Palau was built, it was built with a height measured from sidewalk. The sidewalk's been raised, so now Palau, if it was 50 feet from sidewalk, now it's probably 45 feet from the sidewalk level.
It really is reflective of the changing regulatory
Well, and it's
scheme.
important to say that the height and those changes are based on resiliency and sustainability. It's not based on anything else. It's literally based on the fact that there's sea level rise, and we have to deal with it in the appropriate way, and that's why this is
happening. And we
happening.
also do have minimum LEED certifications that we have to achieve with this building, which we will more than achieve, I believe. We certainly intend to. So the code does also require that.
I want to note, I know that the streets have been raised here, but our code contemplates not just one street raising, but multiple, especially over the life of a building, which is going to be, 80 to 100 years. So we anticipate several iterations of street level raising, and even to the point for that higher ground floor. So eventually you could still even elevate the ground floor and still have a reasonable height, 50 years from now. So it doesn't become space it's so compressed that it becomes storage or empty space at the street level.
Well, no, I appreciate that it seemed like you took the comments by both the board as well as the members of the public seriously, and I do think that tiering it, the balconies in the way that you did, and I was also going to mention to look at the mechanical also to see if you could lower it, just like Jason said. I feel like this was done in good faith, and I also would say too to the community advocates, you should feel really good about this because I think that there have been some significant changes made, and this building just feels lighter. There's going to be a big building where a one-story building is now, and as Scott said, everything is getting taller, and all of the residents who like low rise are coming to use that. But I think that you guys have done a good job, and I think that this is a good. This looks as good as it does because there was so much community input and I think it was everybody coming together, making some compromises, doing the best that they could. I do appreciate that the other variants to lower the height of the first floor, which I think again shows me, good faith that you were really trying to make this work for everybody. So I'm supportive of the project. I'm very glad that a bunch of these conditions. Oh, my one question, my one concern is the metal
facade.
metal
on
around
park-
the
on
parking. I would love to see, because what you showed us was solid, but what on the presentation it looks like it's
It's
perforated.
perforated, yeah.
I would have loved to have seen an example of that, but because I think that's such a big feature that is going to be very visible from the street. That's definitely something. What can you talk a little bit more about what the plans were for that?
For the perforated screen?
Yeah,
Yeah.
in the design.
Right. So the intention behind that was we wanted to capture the movement of water. And so I'm not sure if it shows it over there, but the idea was that the pattern was a conceptualization of the movement of water with the perforated metal panels as number one. And then number two, it's a ventilated parking, which means you have to actually meet a certain amount of openness requirement for air to filter through the parking so it doesn't become mechanically ventilated. But from a design perspective, it is supposed to be the capturing of the movement of water on the facade.
And it's going to be a little bit light.
Oh, for sure. There's going to be it'll be perforated with the design that we come up with, and each panel will actually be completely custom. It's not the same repetitive pattern, so that as you're moving around the building, you're going to see this kind of movement as you walk around the building itself, and it will be very light because it's going to have to perform with a certain amount of openness so that we can meet the requirements for ventilated parking. Yeah.
But it also allows us to have a solid material where the headlights will be.
Yeah. That's why you see that it's actually more perforated on the top, and as it comes down to the bottom, it becomes a little more solid, so that we're blocking the headlights so that people aren't actually looking at the headlights directly outside of the parking area.
Thank you.
One minor thing. If what Sarah requested about reducing the mechanical tower is not possible, can it be greened? Because right now we see too much wall.
Well,
but yet you have planters next to it.
We do. So the intention is to have planters directly in front of the mechanical screen that actually grow
Can the walls be greened?
The walls being green?
No, I'm not talking about color. I'm talking about plant material.
I'm not sure we can do that with the appropriate screening that's required. Right.
I think we're willing to explore it. I just don't know. There's a concern about whether it will survive.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be obviously exposed to more wind and more other environmental
it's blocking
conditions up there.
mechanical equipment and correct. So the mechanical units are not conducive to kind of plant
chillers
growth.
that are blowing
There's
out hot air.
chillers
That's the
and
concern.
kind of hot equipment behind it. There's going to be a lot of maintenance people that are going to be going through back and forth that wall. So I think that's probably why we don't see
There's
that.
a planter in front of the wall.
There is a planter, though. Correct.
So
yeah.
Why can't you grow taller plants there?
Well, we are. So
we
the
do-
intention
we do.
is that there's a planter that has vertical shrubs growing in front of that mechanical screen. But you can't have it on
see
the
that?
penthouse itself. Yeah.
No, right there.
Carter, can you get the mic?
I apologize. It is intended that planter would have taller material in it, and that it would grow up over time. We will support it as tall as we can reasonably.
Right.
If we get it to,
As tall as
if
you
we
can.
get it to survive, we will. But if it's not going to survive at a certain height, I think we'd all agree that it's better to have good plant material at a little bit lower elevation than trying to do something that may not survive appropriately.
Yeah. So
you can get something that will survive. Here we go.
So again, the just technically, and this is kind of why we don't do it on a lot of our buildings. I mean, we love the integration of biophilia as well. Typically on those mechanical screens or mechanical walls, it's not optimized for plant growth. It's literally optimized for blocking heat, blocking the elevator overruns and mechanical equipment and kind of people walking through it. But if we have the planter, the way that we're showing it, that has vertical shrubs that can grow in front of it, then that can work. And that's kind of what we were showing. Yeah.
And do you think we should put a minimum width? Because I'm not sure if you're if your plans call out a width of that planter that's around the mechanical equipment.
Well, and also it seems like when they submit an updated landscape plan, these concerns might be.
Right, I just want to make sure that we have enough, if we're talking about having a hedge there, that we have the appropriate width that's needed to support a hedge.
Mm-hmm. Again, we're happy to work with staff to define that as we go to building permitting, as we get through the next couple evolutions of the design.
But is the intention to have a hedge there, that like a tall hedge that can grow up? Or are we talking low ground
Not
cover?
necessarily a hedge, but native material that has a hedge-like quality, something that feels
Right.
loose and consistent.
It doesn't have to be a hedge.
Native.
Okay.
It's not only a function of the width, it's a function of the depth of the soil, the irrigation typology, bi-level drains for drainage. There's a lot of technical things that go into this with the structure. The MEP, I think what you're hearing from the design team is trying to be a responsible approach to meet the needs without over-committing to something that the last thing we want to do is have the mechanical come on board and we've got, air at 300 degrees Fahrenheit, blowing at a certain capacity out of vent, depending on how we can consolidate things, and then we're saying two different things. So,
But the intention is to have a variety. It may not be continuous in terms of landscaping, but a variety along that mechanical equipment where you could have areas that you don't have ventilation, that could have taller landscape material. So I think that's sort of the intent.
absolutely. And what I would anticipate is a full to ground kind of multi-trunk characteristic probably to some native materials, and it might be even varied with some palms as well, which might do quite well.
Yes, we'll add a condition regarding those details for the screening and landscaping and planter depth and width to be reviewed as part of the building permit.
Can somebody make a motion?
Should we start with the variances?
Let's start with the design first.
Okay. I make a motion to approve the design.
I think that would be the conditions that I've heard before are that the planters required as shown, and that the landscape plans be updated to reflect the renderings provided to the board, including sections, irrigation, and planting depth and width necessary to support those plantings, and that the applicant to lower the height of mechanical equipment and reduce the footprint if possible.
Subject to those conditions.
I would also say, friendly amendment, to work with staff to get approval of the screening.
Right, we have a condition regarding that already, yeah.
Okay. And then also the colors and the materials.
Yes.
These are what they're going to use.
Yes. And then that includes also our condition regarding the residential portion to be differentiated pending their final floor plans.
Yes.
So that motion was made this is for the design review approval by Mr. Sheldon. Do I have a second on that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Agopian. All in favor of the design?
Aye.
Aye.
And that motion passes 6-0. And I think we can do both variances together.
I move to approve both variances.
I second.
Motion made by Mr. Sheldon, seconded by Mr. Comas on the variances. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
That motion carries 6-0.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
You're welcome. Congratulations.
With that, our next application is for 10 Century Lane. Giselle, if you could read that into the record.
The next item in the agenda is DRB 22-0847, 10 Century Lane. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 5-story single-family home, including one or more waivers and a variance to allow parking within the required front yard to replace an existing single-story home.
And this application can be found on page 43 of the board packages. Just a brief history on this application last came before the board on December 6th and was continued a couple different times, ultimately to today's meeting. Since the last meeting, the applicant has revised the plans and massing to soften the impact of the architecture, and including revising the elevations and wall planes to introduce at levels 1 through 3 landscape planters and balconies. The applicant has also withdrawn the previously proposed front setback variance for the home. Additionally, the overall height has been lowered by 3 foot 8 inches, from 50 foot 1 inches to 46 foot 5 inches, which is now consistent with the height approved for the recently constructed building at 11th Century Lane. With these latest modifications, staff is supportive of the application and is recommending approval of the application, including the waiver being requested and the one variance for to allow parking within the front yard. With that, I'll turn it over to Tracy, unless the board has any disclosures on the application.
I do. I got an email from an attorney in February asking me to recuse myself, saying that I had a financial interest, of which I do not think that I do. I'm a realtor in the neighborhood. I've sold in the neighborhood for 19 years, and they're asking me to recuse myself of, by the way, which I'm happy to do in this case because it is a variances are needed, and they need a 5/7 vote. So an up or down vote really doesn't matter. It's the variance. But I will say in this letter that the city got yesterday, that I was made aware of by Steve, the attorney sent a letter to the city attorney and didn't bother to copy me, referencing me. So that's, I think, pretty inappropriate. And there is a blatant lie in this letter saying that in showing the property there, which I showed one unit in the last 3 years in the building to a buyer, not a seller, by the way, that I was touting building restrictions on surrounding properties, including the applicant's development sites, as a benefit to prospective purchasers. Since this is public record, I'd like to say that's an absolute lie. In all the time I've ever sold real estate in that neighborhood, I've always spoken to the effect that the north side of the island is zoned 5 stories, and that 5 stories really with sea level rise and rooftop equipment means 7 stories. So no one in this city is ever guaranteed a view, and I've never said that. So I'd like that to be reflected in the record, and I will recuse myself from these two. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Slavens.
Thank you.
On behalf of the applicant.
And I would like to say I did not send that letter. I did not. It did not come from my law firm. It wasn't from me. Good morning, everyone.
Before we start, 10 minutes, is that enough, or do you need more time, Tracy?
10 minutes should be sufficient on this one, yes.
Thank you.
Do we need to wait for everyone to come back, or for Sam to come back?
We can start. Sam has seen it
He
before.
did hear some of this testimony the first time around. I'm prepared to show a bit of a refresher and show you the changes to the design that we've made since we were last here. And the refresher will hopefully, Ms. Velasquez, give you the information you need to make an informed decision today. So if we can jump to the slides. This application is for 10 Century Lane. It is a property located mid-block on Century Lane, directly facing the Vistas apartment building. It is approximately a 3,010 square foot lot, and it is located, again, as I said, about midway down the block, directly next to 11 Century Lane. There was a previous DRB application for this property a couple of years ago that was filed by the owner of 11 Century Lane. That application was ultimately withdrawn, and the property was put up for sale, and my clients who currently live at 8 Century Lane purchased the home. The purpose of the home is to serve as an extension of their main house, which will be part of the next application at 8 Century Lane. They're a growing family. Since we were last here, actually, they are expecting a new baby. So as time goes by, the needs for the new homes are becoming more and more acute. We have reached out with many of our neighbors, and in the slide you can see, we have the support or no objection from all of the single-family homeowners in our area, and we have support letters also from residents in the condos to the west of the property. Here's another slide, just summarizing the single-family home support and no objections. For those of you not familiar with Century Lane, it's the little lane that runs between the Vistas apartment building and the Standard Hotel. To walk down that street is a very interesting experience because you have the Vistas on the west side of the street, which are essentially a 6-story wall with garage and driveway access points, and there's not much setback. This building was built with variances at the time, and it was built where bungalows similar to what's existing in the original homes on Century look like on the east side of the street. So the scale is disproportionate, and the bungalows have ended up sandwiched between the hotel and the condo building. Everything on this side of the island is zoned RM1, and the maximum height allowed is 55 feet. RM1 does allow apartment buildings, hotels, but it also allows townhouses and single-family homes. So we're here today for an application for a single-family home with no variances. There is one that we can discuss, but it's one that I'm willing to withdraw, which is for the ability to park within the driveway of the home. In RM1, you cannot park within 20 feet of the property line in the front setback, and our garage is set back at 20 feet, but we do have space in the driveway to park additional cars, and we know that parking is a real issue on Belle Isle, and so we've tried to accommodate as much parking as possible. So if this board is willing and able to approve the variance that we have requested, we would appreciate it, but it is not necessary for the design of the house otherwise. It is just to accommodate adequate parking for the home. This slide shows you the view from the waterfront. The view along Century Lane of 11th Century, which is on the right side of the screen, and then all the way to the waterfront, which provides an outline of the future home on 8th Century Lane if it's approved today. And there's an outline above that shows essentially the height of the Vistas building. And with that, I'll turn it over to Adriana Sturm to explain the context and the fabric of the neighborhood.
Good morning, Ms. Chair and board members. I'm Adriana Sturm from Archie Consulting, 13164 Northwest 18th Street, Pembroke Pines. I'll present the revised project for 10th Century developed by the design team, architect Martín Gómez from MGA Oficina de Arquitectura, Buenos Aires, Argentina, architect of record Pedro G. Suarez, and landscape architect Harold Hoyt. The design team has also revised this project considering the board's feedback received at our previous hearing. The changes were mainly focused on reworking the building massing and the facade to enhance the residential character of the architecture. Next. Here you can see the axonometric. Belle Isle, as Tracy mentioned, is an exciting neighborhood where multifamily buildings, single-family homes, hotels, and even a religious center coexist. This axonometric view shows the integration of the new projects on Century Lane and the Vistas building that definitely changed the street characters many years ago. Next. This is the revised site plan. Considering the board's comments, the house is now positioned within the required setbacks. Next. In this project, we are not requesting any variances except what Tracy has mentioned. We are respectfully asking the board to waive the minimum 12 feet clearance to the underside of the second floor slab. The height provided is 10 feet 10 inches. The garage can accommodate 4 cars, and as Tracy mentioned, we are asking for the parking within the front setback, only aiming to maximize the on-site parking and minimize the street parking. Next. The following slides include comparisons showcasing. Can you go back, please? Yes, please, there. The following slides include comparisons showcasing how the design team implemented the board's recommendations for the aesthetic of the house. The elevation on the right shows the revised facade, and on the left, the previous submitted design. As you can see, the facade have been revised. The total height has been reduced 3 feet and 8 inches to near the 11th century height. The upper levels were pushed back and lush greenery was added to improve the connection with the surroundings and the street. Next. The design team implemented deep cutouts and added balconies and abundant greenery to enhance and revamp the architecture's residential character. Next. To address the building massing feedback, a more fluid interaction between mass and void is proposed to create a more dynamic facade. Go back, please. The upper levels have been set back 4 feet 4 inches to minimize their visibilities from the street level, thus enhancing the overall pedestrian experience. Next. Now, yes. Okay, the proposed materials align with those presented for, well, we were going to present 8th century first, but we are proposing the warmth of the wood to balance the sturdiness and coolness of the exposed concrete. To finalize the presentation, we'll show you the revised rendered perspectives. This is a view from Century Lane, where you can appreciate the receded upper levels and the transparency of the ground floor. Next and last, on this rendering, 11th century is shown to the right of our project and 8th century to the left. As with, we are here, the architect that designed the project is and can answer any question about the project's aesthetic. The design team dedicated their efforts to analyzing and applying to the board recommendations. Thank you for your time and consideration. We hope to count your support for the Sagers Family Guest House.
That concludes our presentation. So as mentioned, we are requesting a variance, but it is one that we are able to withdraw. We are requesting a waiver to allow for the elevated first floor and garage height. And other than that, this design fully complies with the RM1 district regulations, and we have hopefully addressed your concerns that were raised at the meeting back in December. I took notes on it, and just to go over them one more time. We eliminated the 8-inch encroachment that was the front setback request originally. We revised the facade to give it a better scale and more glazing and openness. We revised the aesthetics of the house to give it a more single-family feel, and we added landscaping to the design. So with that, we are here for any questions you may have. I ask for a little bit of rebuttal time if we have anybody call in opposition, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak? Please come forward. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marilyn Freundlich, and as you probably know, we're the Sunset Harbor Ladies, and we're here actually we were here for the previous project and for the marine building that's coming up, but I've seen this project come and being processed, and I urge you to consider and approve this project. It is a beautiful house, and so is the other one that is coming after this. I think it's important for us to be able to accomplish these amazing houses in our city. This gives, when somebody comes to Miami Beach, and I know because I've seen tourist buses come through Sunset Harbor to show them our Publix that looks like a cruise ship. So these are beautiful houses. People come, they say, oh my gosh, look at what they're building in Miami Beach. So they're not cookie cutter kind of houses, the same old, same old. And I think it's a great addition to our city if we can embrace houses like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Are there any other public comments? Anyone else wishing to speak?
Hello. My name is Jim Bader. I live at 1 Century Lane, the vistas right across the alley from the proposed. There's obviously, there was discussions about the zoning on the street, which is irregular, allowing them to build up heights. This is not for this board to decide, I understand, but being directly across from the house next door that's under construction at 11, there are certain design things that I would like to bring up. One is, and I don't know about this project at 10, but the reflective paint that they have on 11 is blinding during the day. My bedroom and my daughter's bedroom face right across it. It's where you're sitting to, I don't know, maybe the second or third row is my bedroom window to their bedroom window. And it's really too close for comfort. It's very creepy. Honestly, I deal with construction workers peering into my 10-year-old daughter's window on a daily basis. It's a very tiny, tiny lane. If you haven't been there, I would suggest look at it. So there are other, opposition to safety because emergency vehicles can't even get onto that little tiny lane. And the other last point, I guess, is fire escapes. I mean, I don't know where the kitchen is and if the bedrooms are on top, but these tiny little lots, it looks like they need fire escapes. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
If there's nobody else in chambers, we have several callers online.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jeffrey Rodriguez. I happen to live at the Vistas as well, 1 Century Lane apartment.
Oh, sorry. I think we need to. Were you sworn in earlier?
Oh, I did raise my hand. No. Oh, sorry.
Just a second, sorry.
Sure. Okay. Please raise your right hand.
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Cool. Hi. Good morning, guys. Jeffrey Rodriguez. I live at the Vistas apartment 402. I'm actually here in support of the development here at 10 Century Lane and 8 Century Lane. I think, like Ms. Floric said, it's a beautiful project that is kind of reflective of where the neighborhood has gone now that we have all these structures here. I think Belle Isle is an iconic place, and I think these homes being built by one family is very important to the ebb and flow of this street, of this neighborhood. I think I can't find a better situation for these properties. I think they look homogeneous. They look great. The greenery, everything that was shown today, I think it's going to just improve this area so well. So I'm just very happy to put my support behind it. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Hi.
Hi, good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
My name is Rachel Russell Sager, and my husband and I, Michael Sager, are the owners of properties 8 and 10 Century Lane. We have lived at 8 Century Lane since 2015, and together we have grown our family in this house. Our home has a very special place in our heart and is where many of our important moments have occurred. We were married in our backyard. We have celebrated many birthdays there, anniversaries, holidays, and special occasions with family and friends. Our children go to school in the area. My daughter's at Temple Beth Shalom, and my son actually goes to the Chabad on Ferry Lane. Although construction can be inconvenient at times, I've never had any trouble taking my kids to school or getting to work or anything like that. We want to raise our family and continue to create beautiful memories together here. Michael and I have built our families and lives around design, and it's very important. It's very important to our everyday life. Design brought us together as a couple and has helped shape how we live. We own a jewelry brand called Mayance, and we wanted our home to be a place of inspiration. We also care deeply about the community, and we work to constantly give back. I'm actually the founder of Style Saves, which is a 501c3 organization that helps underprivileged students in the community. I dress 15,000 students. I have the largest back-to-school event in the country. We discovered Martin Gomez's work in Uruguay and Argentina, and have trusted him to make sure that our vision was understood. He has made it come to life with these homes. We love Belle Isle and have dedicated and have decided that the rebuilding of our property is what we were interested in doing rather than move somewhere else and have a bigger lot. We want to create our memories and we want to stay here. So our intention is to build here. The homes fit the character for what Belle Isle is today. Our homes are directly in front of the Vistas, which, as you know, is a 6-story condo building with significant massing. We plan on building here, and change is inevitable. The construction's inevitable. Our family obviously needs more space. We have 2 children, a third on the way, and we need our homes to be bigger for our growing family. We are asking for the board's approval for the application so that we can build a forever home for our family, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Well, that will move to the online comment. The first caller we have is Kimberly Nolan.
Ms. Nolan, are you there?
Kimberly, I think you're on mute.
Sorry about that. I was in fact.
Sure, I just need to.
On mute. I am calling.
Just
Ms.
a second.
Nolan, I just need to swear you in before you address the board. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, and I'm going to set the clock at 2 minutes for you to address the board.
Hello, my name is Kim Nolan. I am calling in to state my support for 8th and 10th Century. I do not see the issue of having these homes built. It's obvious that Belle Isle has transitioned into an area with higher buildings. I do think these homes will fit perfectly with the area and am in favor of approving the design of these homes. I also think that it's great that the couple that is building them is so invested heavily in the community in Miami and doing well. And I, hope that they get the approval for their projects. And that's it.
Thank you very much for your comments.
The next speaker is Christopher Veck.
Hello.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Herbeck. Or Mr. Veck, sorry. Read the screen wrong. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and I'm going to set the clock at 2 minutes for you to address the board.
Okay, my name is Christopher Veck. I've lived in Miami Beach for 12 years on West Avenue. And as noted before, the rest of the neighborhood has been changing, and at this point, these are the last remaining homes to still look like this in the area. And these new designs are both beautiful, complement the rest of the area, and I just wanted to give my full support for both this and the other home. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mariana.
Hi.
Good morning, Mariana. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and I'm going to set the clock at 2 minutes for you to address the board.
Okay. Hello, my name is Mariana Macia. I just wanted to call in and say that I am fully in support of both 8 and 10 Century Lane. These homes are beautiful and will be a great addition to the Belle Isle neighborhood. It is obvious that the small homes no longer fit with all the condo buildings. I truly hope these projects get approved. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have another speaker, Scott Foxman.
Mr. Foxman, are you there?
Hello?
Yes, it's not Mr.,
Oh.
it's Mrs. Foxman.
Hi, Mrs. Foxman. Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and I'm going to set the clock for 2 minutes for you to address the board.
Thank you. My husband Scott and I have lived at 7 Century Lane for 14 years, and we have not objected to this project because we believed everyone has the right to build according to the ordinances. We had a few issues about the project at 8 Century Lane, which have been positively resolved by Michael and Rachel. And we believe that this house, that both houses are beautiful, and they definitely will enhance the neighborhood. We need to only make sure that during the construction, we will be assured that we have access to our house. And again, Michael and Rachel assured us that that will be the case. So that being said, we are fully in favor of this beautiful project. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
With that is our last speaker online.
No one else in the audience. I'm now going to conclude the public portion unless the presenting team wanted to rebut anything. Okay, I'm now closing the public portion and opening up to the board for discussion.
Thank you.
I actually have a
I
sort
can
of a...
start.
Okay, go.
No, is that okay?
I just have one clarification that I'm looking at the design, and I don't know if this is from the renderings that you provided us or the uppermost balcony. Does it jut out beyond the one before it?
No.
It's
the same,
all that they're
yeah.
all the same.
Yes, you can check on the elevations or the section. You'll see that.
Essentially, what they did is pull back
Yes.
the upper two levels. So the third living level and the rooftop are pulled back, but the balconies follow the setback line. So it gives the house that step back feeling that you had requested in December.
Yes, and it was pushed back 4 feet 4 inches.
I can take you to a slide to show you
The walls are pushed back, but the balconies are still
yes
in the original footprint.
So you can see that in the side elevation drawing.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sorry, Jason?
Thank you, Sarah. And thank you to the applicant, and thank you to the public for all your thoughtful statements and concerns about this very sensitive location and sensitive project and projects that are happening in the area. I have a lot of notes, but first of all, I want to thank the applicant and the design team for a couple things. Thank you for making the package so easy to review and understand, specifically your diagrams, the one that shows the profile of the existing vistas outline, and then your project in relation to the context of the entire street and all the heights. Very, very helpful. And then, of course, the side-by-side elevations are super, super helpful. And also, more importantly, thanks to the design team for what I consider to be, as one of the public speakers had stated, a really beautiful piece of architecture here. I really like the materiality. There's so many things that I really like about it. The materiality. I love the way the landscape kind of climbs up the building. Thank you for listening to all the comments that the board gave and the residents gave from the last meeting, because I see you've actually done quite a bit. And when I look at the side-by-side elevations, this dramatic 3 foot, I would say dramatic, 3'8", I think, reduction in the building height completely kind of changes the volume of the building and the way, for me, the building is perceived. And the adjustments that you've made on the elevations, opening up this wall of glass along the vertical circulation, I think is really beautiful. The landscaped balconies, the way you've hidden the condensing units downstairs, and all of these things are, we don't even really see half of these things happening in most of the projects anyway. So on such a tight property, I really appreciate all the effort it took. And you can further understand that when you look at the plans and the programming, like to kind of see the things that you have in here in this very small footprint, like the interior bike racks and the way the parking is configured. I think it all just shows a really, really thoughtful effort here to create, as the homeowner said, a family home, which is really quite obvious by the way the design kind of manifests itself here. I did want to, and I appreciate the fact that the applicant is willing to forego the variance for parking in the driveway. I think that's very generous and thoughtful. To me, I would say like this, if there's ever a need to have this variance, this is the reason why this variance kind of exists in situations like this, where we would prefer, I think, to have parking off the street than on the street. So I am actually supportive of that. But it is noted that you were willing to give that up. So I would say thank you to the design team for creating this home and really working to understand the concerns here about the volume and the height. And I think the home has dramatically changed from its last time. But thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Do you want to comment? Is your mic on?
Sir, I think your mic is off.
There. There's a huge improvement in the project. It's the first time I see both side by side. And the first shot that I saw, I could tell, I would already saw that it was too massive. It lacked a lot of openings and poche in the facades, and I really like it. One of my concerns is downstairs on the first level. I still feel like I know that it's an enclosure and it's a transparent enclosure, but I still feel, I don't know if it was one of the renderings, if you can show one of the renderings.
We could bring up the screen, I have it up.
Yes. I don't know if it's the materiality on that one specifically. I believe that's anodized aluminum. Is that going to be wood or aluminum on the first level?
First level
Yes.
is aluminum.
Yes. I am concerned a little bit about the darkness of the material there.
Okay.
Because upstairs on the other floors, it feels very soft.
Yes.
But I think that the darkness of the aluminum is something that just, in my opinion, it's not helping. It's maybe a little bit lighter. I don't know if maybe it's a concern about the material that you can.
The designer, the architect is here, and I would like him to answer those questions.
Hello, Sarah, members of the board. Thank you very much for having us here, and taking this time, to see the project. This idea, you're right. Actually, what we try to do with that, it's like a shadow.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is our idea. So you're right. I cannot defend that,
Yes. One of the thoughts behind it, I believe, in our discussions was it kind of brings the massing down. If it's brighter and lighter, it actually makes the first floor look taller. And as you heard Jim mention, glare was an issue.
Yes.
And so we kind of thought about all these things as Martin guided his design, but we're willing to look at possibly different materials and see what options are out there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Orlando, do you have any comments about the greens?
Yes, is the landscape architect here?
No, it's not.
No?
But we can answer your questions.
Yes.
I'm sorry?
We can answer the questions.
Okay, there's several comments on the landscape. First of all, there's a wall around the perimeter of the property,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
What kind of footing? Is it a gray beam on piles?
Those things we are going to take care during the construction document and the design development face.
But do you foresee that it's going to be on piles?
Yes, probably. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Because many of these trees are too close to the walls. Besides the fact that the trees are represented, like the medjool palms are represented at 12 feet in width when actually they're 18 to 20. And planting them on a 7.5 foot space is tight. The triangles of visibility are shown at 10 feet when they have to be 15 feet. That creates a problem with the street trees. So he's going to have to, is it he or she?
Him.
Okay. He's going to have to rework the street trees with the triangles, and as it is, he's short one street tree.
Okay.
So I guess the landscape plan he's going to have to rework.
Okay. Yeah. We'll take note of that.
And I will add a condition regarding the visibility triangle.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to add a condition regarding compliance with the visibility triangle requirements, the 15-foot versus the 10-foot.
Right, that's what I said.
Yeah, I'm just going to make sure I add that as a condition that they comply with that.
And rework the planting.
If we would have to take a closer look at the planting to fit within the setback,
right,
as well as the
if
structural
you have
system
a root
provided.
ball 4 feet in diameter, and you're going to plant it 2 feet, 18 inches away from the wall.
Right, it's not going to work.
We will comply with the conditions.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was just going to say I do appreciate all the different changes that you've made and the updates, and I agree with Jason. I think that adding parking in this context is a good call, and I am supportive of the waiver as well as the lowering, or the variance as well as the waiver. My only recommendation, I also am, I'm a little bit struck too. There's so much support, which is really nice to hear, considering this was such a this and the other one are such controversial projects. So it's a completely different atmosphere in here today. My only request would be, because again we're dealing with the height, and actually I think about it a lot in the context of the last project that we were just reviewing, is I think the design would be enhanced. And that it wouldn't seem so top heavy if the top floor, the roof deck, was recessed a little bit more. I think that it feels a little bit overbearing to me, and if the main concerns that everyone seems to have with these projects is that this very, very tall, then I think that would go a long way towards, and that was something too, that was a condition that we spoke about when we were dealing with the project last time on Ferry Lane, that the top floor be
recessed. It's already recessed 4 feet 4 inches from the front setback.
Right. No, I mean I think it would be better if it was recessed from the floor below, so that you had sort of a step back from one to the other. I think that would enhance the design on the roof deck.
Okay.
Another condition I have is that they do work with staff on the runoff, because the whole front is sloping towards the street.
Yeah, of course, they're going to have to retain all the water on site.
Yes, absolutely.
And then, there was a concern, and especially because, we're already considering this project with the other one, is the plan you're going to be, if you're going to be constructing both of these at the same time, there's going to be a lot of construction people, a lot of disruption to this very tiny street, plus there's very little parking on Belle Isle to begin with. So...
Well, the code does require, the building department does require a construction management plan, including the employees or the construction workers, for any sort of project that's over a value of $250,000. So that will be reviewed by the building department. The construction workers will not be parking on the site, will not be parking here. They'll have to be coming in, bus or dropped off from some other location for this, very limited site.
Okay, and that's something that you work through?
Something that's reviewed by the building department,
Yes. Yeah. Okay, because the intention is that both of these are going to be under construction at the same time.
It kind of depends on what the construction management plan comes out as, because one property could be used as staging for the other.
Yes, that's the
so that may work out better, actually, and maybe we'll do one first, stage the parking on the other lot, and then park off site for the second building.
Okay, as long as there's an intention, yeah. Okay. Sam, do you have any comments?
Another small comment is, what is that little rectangle on the side? Is that an AC or a generator or what?
No, they're garbage trash cans.
But it has a hedge all the way around.
Yes.
How are they going to pull them out?
Well, probably that has to be fixed. Yes.
So they have to take care of that.
Yes.
Orlando, I think your mic was off.
He had said that there's a rectangle on one of the side setbacks that's for trash receptacles, but in the drawings there's a hedge around it. We'll make sure that they're accessible.
Does anybody want to make a motion? Should we do the waivers and variances first?
I would do the waiver and design first, and then the variance second.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the waiver.
The design and the waiver?
Subject to the
the design and the waiver?
The
No,
design
the waiver.
Well, I would do the design and waiver together.
Oh, together?
And we'll do the variance because there's two different issues. There's the design waiver is to allow them to lower the height of the first floor. The code requires 12 feet from BFE plus 1. They're proposing 10, which does lower the height of the building. So we're supportive of that waiver. So that's not a variance. And the variance is only for the parking within the front yard. So your motion would be to approve the application, including the design waiver.
I'd like to also, at the staff level, can you explore Sarah's concern about the color?
We'll make sure that the condition is in there
to
regarding
explore
the
it.
final. We're going to review the final materials and colors and finishes anyway, as part of the review.
And also to recess the.
Let's see. Is that? I would leave that up to Orlando, or if there's a second, if you want to second the motion and add that as an amendment, or that's typically the appropriate way to do that.
Okay. So you're saying that if that should be included, Orlando should be the one to include that.
Okay, so I move to approve the waiver with the
condition.
With the condition of Sarah's request and the shifting back of the.
How far back do you want to set back the roof level planter?
No, she wants to set back the balcony. The balcony is what you're asking for.
Yes.
Can we bring up the slide just so we can all see what we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. So the right side is the front.
This side. Yes. Yes. I mean, I think that if the balcony was, 2-3 feet back, it would just make a difference. If it was half that size, it would make the building feel a little bit lighter and less top heavy. So that would be my recommendation, though I don't know if any of the other, or Jace, any other board members, or Sarah, I don't know if you think that would make a difference. Yeah.
I support the friendly amendment of like a 2-foot reduction. You can see if that'll go.
Sarah, I think your mic is off. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm getting used
So
to
how
it.
far back?
If they probably match on both sides, the left and the right, I think that's a good compromise. If you can see, the left side of the drawing,
Yes.
whatever that depth is.
If we recess the rear
matches?
balcony, we will lose some of the landscaping, but on the front side, we can receding it 2 feet, I think, accommodates.
Yeah, well, it's hard to, I think what Sarah was saying was that the balcony at the front of the building on the top floor and the balcony at the back of the building should be the same.
Yeah, the same
width.
measure.
Yes, I would match, probably.
So just take the balcony on the left side, match the balcony to the right will match the balcony on the left side.
Exactly.
Right.
So that's about 4 feet 3 inches. That's pretty
that's a lot.
significant. But the landscape sort of edge that you can see on the front setback side of the drawing, which is the side that has all the measurements on it, that planter area is about 2 feet. So that would recess it back and make the 2 balconies on either side, the front and the back, equidistant, right? They would both be about 4.5 feet wide.
Right, because sorry, what is it right now?
This is about, well, the front setback goes all the way 4 feet 3 inches is, I wish I could reach, but 4 feet 3 inches is from the setback line to the facade of the roof structure. So the balcony, the clear area of the balcony that does not show a planter in it, that's about 4 feet 3 inches.
Oh, and so it's the planter that's also.
Yes.
So what is the complete length of that balcony? Or width? The width, I mean.
Looks like you can scroll.
I do. I have it here. I'm pulling it up. Sorry. This is the roof?
Yes. No. Go one more.
Yeah, because it would affect the swim spa as well by pulling that all back.
That's the one that they want to.
Yeah, you'll reduce the pool, you'll have to reduce things.
It really does make a difference. And just so you know, on the back side, which you can see here, the rear of the house is not parallel to the front of the house. Correct. So the balcony that you see, what we showed in the elevation is the widest point of the balcony, but it tapers to 0 as you make your way back to the south side of the building.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that wasn't as apparent on the drawings too.
Yes.
Would you be okay with setting that back 2 feet compared to what's shown now? So basically,
on the front side,
yes.
On
the front side, pushing back 2 feet. I think that would allow the stepping.
Yes.
And visually.
Yeah, Sarah, do you think that's?
Yes, I agree. On the highest corner, on the widest corner, just set it back to 2 feet. I think yes, definitely.
Well, I think we can add a condition on the front elevation that the roof level shall be set. The roof level, including planter, will be pushed back 2 feet compared to what's shown now.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And so that motion was made by Mr. Comas. Was seconded by, was that Jason or by?
Yes.
Seconded by Jason. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes 5-0. Does somebody want to make a motion on the variance request for the parking within the front yard?
I move to approve the variance.
I second.
Motion made by Mr. Sheldon, seconded by Mr. Comas. All in favor of the variance for the parking in the front yard?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Moving on to the next item on the agenda. 8 Century Lane.
The next item on the agenda is DRB 22-0841, 8th Century Lane. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 5-story single-family home, including one or more waivers and variances from the minimum required front setback for a garage, from the minimum required rear setback for a pool, and from the maximum elevation of a required yard to replace an existing single-story home.
This application, like the last one, was last reviewed by the board on December of last year. Since then, the applicant has made some modification to the design, including reducing the overall massing. The height has been decreased by 2 foot 8 inches, and the overall square footage has been reduced by 543 square feet. The applicants also include landscaping at each level and a green roof above the garage. We are supportive of the application, including the requested variances, and are recommending approval of the application.
Tracy Slavens, address at 3800 Northeast First Avenue, Suite 200.
And Tracy, just before we begin, since this is a separate application, we know that Scott's recused himself, but for the record, have there been any ex-parte communications with the board regarding this application? Okay, having none, is 10 minutes okay?
Yes, and I would like to incorporate the testimony from the speakers in the 10th Century DRB 220847 into the record for this application, please, since many of them are not still on Zoom. Okay, so 8th Century is intended to be the main house. 8th Century is the waterfront property. It's approximately 4,600 square feet in lot size, and it is located at the dead end of Century Lane, directly abutting the Standard Hotel. As you can see from this image, 7th Century is the single-family home located directly to the west, and otherwise the street continues out to the main Venetian Causeway, and you have the vistas on the west side and the homes on the east side of Century Lane. The support carries forward, and as noted, I'd like to make sure that the testimony is incorporated. But this image is also helpful because it shows you the proximity of the two homes. The residences are intended to have a conversation with each other and be linked. Again, these are the character images for what you see, but the difference, I think, between 10th century and 8th century is 8th century is at the dead end. So when you reach the end of Century Lane, which you can see on the right-hand side, you need to make a turn to the right to reach 8th century, and the street stops. Today, the street basically stops at the right-of-way dead end, and there's a fence to the property. It's a hidden house, and if you didn't drive back there, you probably wouldn't know it existed. But on the waterfront, you can see it plays prominently on the Belle Isle frontage and really can create a special moment here. And with that, I'll have Adriana walk you through our design changes.
Okay, again, my name is Adriana Stern from Archie Consulting, 13164 Northwest 18th Street, Pembroke Pines. Okay, here again, I present the revised project for 8th Century, developed by the design team, Martín Gómez from MGA Oficina Arquitectura, architect of record Pedro G. Suarez, and landscape architect Harold Hoyt. The project has been revised considering the board's feedback received on the previous hearing. Changes were made to the height and mass of the building to improve its relationship with the neighborhood. I'll go direct, yes, there, slide 7, yes, please. Belle Isle, as mentioned before, is an exciting neighborhood where multifamily buildings, single-family homes, hotels, and even a religious center coexist. This axiometric view shows the integration of the new projects on Century Lane and the Vistas building. Next. The revised site plan includes the expansion of the green areas and the relocation and resizing of the pool in an effort to comply with the code requirement. Next. Even with this revised design, there are a few variances that we need to request to you today, and we respectfully ask for your approval. To waive the required 20-foot front setback at ground level to locate a garage, to waive the maximum side yard elevation to locate the access ramp. The elevation proposed is plus 9.42 feet. To waive the required 7.5 foot pool setback, the pool has been resized and pushed back 1 foot 4 inches. The new setback provided is 4 feet 4 inches. Next. The following slides include comparisons showcasing how the design team implemented the board's recommendations for the house's aesthetic. The elevation on the right shows the revised facade, and the previous submitted design on the left. The total height has been reduced 6 feet 6 inches, and the total square footage around 1,000 square feet in order to downsize the house and improve the connection with the neighborhood. Next. The height of the garage gate has been rescaled, the windows facing the side yard have been resized, and additional wooden slat screens and plants have been added to create a better balance between privacy and openness. Next. Deep cutouts were added to achieve a less dense design and more dynamic massing. The changes have also enhanced the residential quality of the architecture. Next. Here you can appreciate how the height of the outdoor seating area was lowered and more layers of lush greenery were added on every level, giving more movement to the facade facing the bay. Next. We have also studied the possibility, as suggested by the board, of locating the garage within the required front setback. A car cannot maneuver in such a small space. As these diagrams show, this option, apart from not being viable, would result in losing the ground floor and negatively affecting the house positioning on the lot and its relationship with the bay. Next. These are the proposed materials. The warmth of the wood and the abundant greenery on every level balance the sturdiness and coolness of the exposed concrete. Next. To finalize the presentation, we'll show you the revised rendered perspective. This is a view from the bay. Next. Here you can appreciate how the cutouts made and the greenery added come together to create the balance of privacy and openness that the design team is striving for. Since our last hearing, the design team has taken this time to focus their efforts on studying and implementing your recommendations to redesign the project. We want to thank you again for your time and consideration. We really count on your support for the project to become the desired home to the Sager family.
And with that, I'll just recap. So in December, you asked us to revisit the design to explore whether there were parking alternatives in lieu of placing the garage in the front setback. And as you saw, because it's only about 25 feet wide there, it's very difficult to maneuver two vehicles into the property, and particularly under the house. So driving in straight is really the only safe option. We made revisions to the facades of the home. We increased the setback of the pool from the waterfront. We reduced FAR by 10%. We reduced the height by 6 feet 6 inches. We increased the pool setback, and we added landscaping and glazing and wood to the design to soften the look. So we hope that you find that these changes help us make this property, this irregularly shaped, very small lot, an appropriate place for a home. And just to reiterate, this is not a massive home. The square footage of the design you saw today is about 4,700 square feet. It's well under the required FAR, and we think that the feedback that we received from you has really helped us enhance this design and make this home something that really fits into the neighborhood, complements what's happening around it, and enhances the waterfront views of Belle Isle. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak?
We have one member online, a couple now. Let's start with Mariana. Mariana, are you there? Go ahead.
I just want to come on again and offer my support once again for 8th Century. It will be an amazing addition to the neighborhood. I hope you agree and approve this home as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Kara Glazer.
Good morning, Ms. Glazer. Are you there?
Good morning.
Hi, I just need to swear you in before you address the board. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to set the clock for 2 minutes for you to address the board.
Thank you. Sorry I couldn't be there in person today, but I am calling in to express some of my opposition to the proposed plans, but specifically the variance request to waive the full front setback of 20 feet. While the applicants have laid out some reasons for the variance request, it doesn't appear that there's a strong proof for the required legal hardship that would support the approval of the variance, and there is actually extremely limited support from the directly impacted residents on Century Lane. We have seen other plans to accommodate garages under structures on the first floor to meet the required setbacks. So we believe the developer and the applicants can work a little harder to make a few adjustments and then meet, the required zoning rules and setbacks. As documented in the 8 Century Lane third amended LOI, the applicant does state they have letters of support from immediate adjacent neighbors have been obtained and submitted. However, letters of support have not been provided from any of the other single-family homes on Century Lane. The only adjacent neighbor with a support letter was the Standard, who also has significant development plans in discussion. And a letter of support was not provided by 7 Century Lane. However, we did just hear Mrs. Foxman's support after compromises were made with the applicant. However, objection letters have been submitted from the single-family homes on 9 Century Lane and 11 Century Lane. And the most impacted is 9 Century Lane, as this requested variance to eliminate all of the setback is on the property line of 8 and 9 Century Lane. And the property owners there are 2 elderly sisters who have spoken in front of DRB before and have adamantly objected to this application, and now would be sandwiched between the applicant's 2 properties at 8 and 10 Century Lane with no setback. Further, there isn't much support from the directly impacted neighbors on Century Lane, but actually 27 individually heartfelt letters of opposition that were submitted to the city, compared to only 4 letters of other Century Lane residents in the Vistas who simply signed a stock letter. They do say that these variance requests are because of the odd and triangular shape.
Your time is up. Do you need one more minute to finish your thoughts?
Yeah, just 1 minute would be great.
Thank you. Yes.
I just wanted to say we fully agree that these lots are small and the single-family homes need updating for sustainability and resiliency. And this can be a beautiful single-family home that meets the family's needs, increases their square footage by more than 4 times the current home, and is building their dream home. We do appreciate the changes that have been made to date with the design since the previous meeting, but we really do ask the board to push back on the applicants to try to meet the required setback in the zoning rules and make more of an effort. We've seen it happen before, and there really are residents that will be impacted if these variances are approved. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Scott Foxman. I'm sorry. Probably Mrs. Foxman again.
Foxman again. That's okay. I just want to say that in terms of the setback and in terms of the parking situation, we are most affected. And I feel that there is no room at the end of that street for cars to make a turn into a parking space. So the only way that I can see it being feasible and safe and everything else is to let the parking be straight ahead. The women that live across the street from us at 9 Century do not have vehicles. They're very old, and I don't know how much longer they're going to be residing there, but the fact of the matter is we are the most affected, and I feel like just in terms of the safety issues and the aesthetics, I think that you should approve the the waiver.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, there are no other callers online.
Nobody, do you want some time for rebuttal?
Madam Chair, if you will entertain it, I do have a photo of the existing condition on Century Lane at the dead end, which you can see here. It was in the contextual pedestrian views, but I zoomed into it so that you can see. So what you see here are 3 cars stacked up in essentially the right-of-way, which is only about 18 feet wide of pavement, plus the landscaping on either side. So it becomes a very tight situation for anybody. And today, there's a lot of cars that park in the street, and to Mrs. Foxman's point, it often creates challenges for access to the homes at 7 and 9 Century. So by moving the cars inside the property line, at least 2 vehicles will be eliminated from this image, and the person taking the picture, I think, had the white car that you see in the bottom, but it eliminates the issue. We do have a hardship. We are located at a dead end. We have an irregularly shaped lot that's substandard size. At its widest point at the front, it's only about 26 feet in length and about 15 feet 8 inches in width. So maneuvering into the property is the real challenge, which you saw on our other slide, and I can bring that up if you'd like to see it again.
And to clarify, right now the cars park on the street.
Yes.
There's no garage.
Correct.
Does that conclude
it does.
presentation?
Thank you.
Okay, I will now close the public portion of the item and open it up to the board for discussion.
So I support each of the requested variances. I find that the shape and elevation of the property do indeed pose practical difficulties in all of the respects relevant to those requests.
Thank you. Jason, do you have any thoughts?
Thank you, Sarah. Was there did you guys look into parking just there, like without there being a garage there, but parking on your site with like no garage or just I don't know, like a trellis or something above and not building kind of a structure there?
Yes, we did. And the reality is that a home of this size and quality really does need shelter for the vehicles. It creates a better sense of safety and security for the residents. Actually, Mrs. Sager's car was stolen a few months back out of the front yard, or off the street. So having as much security as they can have is very important. There aren't a lot of eyes here.
I understand. Well, similar to my other comments for your previous project, once again, thank you for listening to comments not only from the board, but from your surrounding neighbors that are going to have to obviously live through a very challenging construction period, and then, of course, having the homes here for the inevitable future. I appreciate the drastic reduction in the height. I think volumetrically the project has changed substantially, particularly from the northwest and the southeast elevations, where I think before it definitely had this look of sort of like an office building, maybe with this very weird, very tall first floor level. So I think for me now it reads much clearer. And I think it's worth noting that, which you can particularly see on page, I guess for me it's page 11, but of the renderings, your comparison renderings, which is the southwest, the garage, of course, for everybody watching is kind of at street level. So it's a much, that presence of that garage, which is really the closest to, I suppose, the public view and the public feel, like if you're walking down the street, is really very, very small there. So I just kind of think that's worth noting. And one question I would have, I know you have this access ramp that brings you sort of around the garage. So I guess if you're not parking in the garage, or you're coming from the street, or you're walking out of the home, the intent, I guess, is that you would maybe go down this ramp, I guess, that would kind of lead from the front door, which is basically on the side of the house, if I'm getting that right?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know. So I know there's going to have to kind of be like a little retaining wall there to kind of hold this up. And I would just ask maybe as a condition that, I don't know, and I know maybe this is here because you have somebody that may be aging in place, or it's a ramp for various reasons and access and usability. but I would love you to make that kind of as green as you can while still being functional and fulfilling your family's needs. And when I say that, I mean, hard to tell exactly what this is going to look like, but obviously like that the retaining wall holding it up, especially because you're asking for a variance, right? One of your variances has to do with this encroachment. That you make the retaining wall as low as possible, and that you create the railing and the as transparent as possible, and maybe even the materiality of the ramp itself is, I don't know, like it's semi-permeable pavers or something, or like
maybe stabilized ground or something.
Yeah, I think that would just be really nice, like because obviously because it's not overly detailed right now the way it is. It could be a white, painted stucco retaining wall with a guardrail that's also a 42-inch wall with concrete ramp, and so it could look like that, or it could be kind of the opposite of that, but still fulfill the function. And I would like to maybe have you work with staff on making that as green as possible, not necessarily matching what you have going on down that same side of your house going down to your dock, which is kind of like a stepped, sort of a different approach. It looks much greener, but maybe something in between.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Thank you, Jason.
You're welcome.
Does anybody? Sarah, do you have a comment? Any thoughts?
No, I think the improvement from before and after, is huge. Really, you can tell a huge difference between both drawings. In this one specifically, yes. So, thank you.
I have a question actually for both Jason or Sarah as the architects on the board. What are your thoughts on the driveway versus we'd spoken about the initial idea of putting the parking underneath, and they'd done this. Are you satisfied with the information presented that that's just not possible? Do you think the garage is the best solution with the encroachment?
I do think it's very tight. I mean, from what the presentation has been so far, it really is very difficult.
The microphone.
It really is very difficult, and I also agree about the safety issue. Maybe there can be a compromise on the material again, on the base, right? So that it's not as aggressive, because it is going to be right in front. It's going to be your front of the house, basically. So, yeah, I would be concerned about the material again, maybe present some options in terms of color and softness for that gate to enter to the garage.
Here
That's
the
going to be
gate
important.
is wood slabs.
Yes, it looks a lot better, I have to say.
Okay.
It's a huge difference from one to the other.
Okay.
So, yes. Yeah, absolutely. Just, that would be my comment.
No. And Jason, what are your thoughts about the...
It's a great question, Sarah. So yes, of course, like the understory approach, right? So this is kind of one of these sort of balancing. Could that be done here? Probably, in a way. But then I also know, we do that, then our first floor elevation, which they're already asking. Would kind of overall perhaps that could be an option, right, to park under the home, but then it does result in the home even kind of overall being elevated more, most likely. So for me, this is kind of a balance of what is the best solution for the overall project. And I agree with my fellow board member who just spoke that the way that this garage front, which is literally kind of on the street, right? It's very close. It's really important that the design of that is articulated in the most sensitive way that it can. I agree. The wood, I think, is really nice. I actually, the way the ramp goes up and the curb behind, I think based on what I'm seeing from the architecture and the way the architecture and the design team is, I'm pretty sure they're going to give this the utmost care in design and how it manifests itself. So I think they probably created the least of all the evils here with this solution.
Thank you. Yeah, that was one of the things that. Well, first of all, I should say, thank you very much that this building does feel so much lighter, and I think the scaling down really helped. One of the things that struck me was not the. I guess if you look at maybe page 36, which is one of the axiomatic drawings, the side that is almost like the street facing the front, there is this very long band of this wood slat. That's pretty much the main decorative element across that whole area, and that's generally, like, I understand why. I mean, that's generally something that we'd like to see a little bit more happening than just so it's not so the next door neighbor isn't facing this slat wall through the entirety.
We can work with staff on this. I know there are some alternative options out there. I had an application on HPB the other day, and there were some interesting ideas that came up, so we can definitely explore that with staff.
Okay, is that something?
Or even maybe, are you talking about what's facing the street or what's facing the neighboring property that's abutting to the south, which is now just, I think, a blank wall?
Both.
Okay.
And I mean, I've also seen, unfortunately, very contemporary homes that are done, and then the garage door is, slapped on, very traditional. So, this is such an integral part of the design. I would also make sure to have a condition that this is what they're going to get.
Yes,
just in case. But Michael, do you? Because maybe it's just how it's reading but it just seems like it's one long.
Well, maybe you could incorporate some windows into that garage door too, to help soften it.
So I mean, it's definitely something to play with, because that really is the only thing that people are going to be seeing. They're going to look down, and it's just going to be And what I don't want to happen is to feel like here are all these verticals, and it has like a jail-like feel to it.
We do have a. Sorry, Giselle just mentioned. We do have a condition in the staff report already for this. Which condition is that? On 8, this is, we say the southwest elevation of the garage should be further refined to break up its massing and scale. So,
good.
Yeah.
Okay, that was my. I also had a comment. It's also sort of similar to just to explore, and again, I don't want these structures, because they're so tall and at least for now sort of standing out a bit, to seem so top heavy. And it could be for safety, but just to sort of explore what if the railing, right now the railing on the very top level, the roof deck, is solid, and you have a solid mass, and then you have a pretty glass, wall railing, and the fact that you have a solid on top of a glass one, it makes it seem a little bit top heavy. I would just, say again, I know that, there's a young family and this is the top thing, but that might look better. I would encourage you to explore that perhaps, to lighten up the top level. Yeah. And then just something that's not really design related, that's more a little bit for the internal workings. As a mom, one of the things I was looking at was that you have the laundry room on the very, very bottom, to maybe consider moving that a little bit more to the central of the living space, and just day-to-day life, making your life a little bit easier. Just as a tip, not conditional, but there, just a thought.
Thank you.
Any other, Orlando?
Yeah, and I just want to clarify, Sarah, the comment you had about the blank wall. Just Michael, so she's also referring to the wall that does run, not just the garage, but down the side yard that faces that neighbor. Right. So right now, I think that wall's articulated as kind of like these. It's a blank wall, but there's actually 1, 2, 3. There's 4 doors in that wall. I guess they're meant to be kind of hidden, because they go to looks like the maids or the housekeeper room, storage room, pool equipment, and laundry from the outside. But perhaps the applicant, in response to Sarah's comment, can work with staff on maybe putting some articulation in that wall, so it just doesn't look like a blank wall. Is that what you're referring to, Sarah?
Yes,
kind of that wall in the elevation?
Thank you for,
yeah. So there's some opportunity, because there's doors there. Maybe the doors actually are are articulated to create a little bit of movement in that wall.
One detail that was lost from one version to the next that I really liked was actually the circle cutouts.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know, but something, I think those were successful because you have all of these right angles and these rectangles, and that broke it up a little. I should say one of the things I do like about the revised design, I like a lot, is there is so much horizontal banding, which really, this is a very interestingly shaped structure, and that really, not only does it make it not seem as high, but I think that that's a very successful detail, and I was really happy to see that.
Thank you.
So.
I agree with most of what the board members have said. The one thing that concerns me is no triangles of visibility in this case.
Well, there's no.
And
there's
if there is the garage encroaching into it?
I think in this case, we'll probably have to deal with mirrors. I mean, there are some alternatives that I've seen Public Works approve, including those types of mirrors that would be required in this case.
Okay. One thing that bothers me is the guest parking. Guests are going to park behind the garage. They're going to have to back up.
Actually, I think what Tracy's saying is that the guests are going to park at 10th Century Lane.
Yes.
Correct, because there's 6 parking spaces at 10th Century. 4 in the garage
Are you going to
and
give
2 in
him
the
instructions? Because if I'm not giving instructions and I arrive there, I'm going to park right behind the garage.
It's everyone that these are my personal friends. So when I go there, I also know where not to park. Often I'll either park on Belle Isle, like on the main circle, or I'll walk.
Let's say FedEx.
Yeah, I mean it's
FedEx,
a 30-second
FedEx
drop.
truck is going to drop off a package.
Yeah, that happens on every street.
But here they're going to have to back up.
Yeah.
That's a safety issue.
I don't know what they do now, but it's not going to change with this project.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, landscape-wise, I think, let me jump to it. They're same as in 8. There are trees and palms planted 8 inches away from a wall. There's a hedge 4 feet wide, specified at 4 feet wide, planted in a 21-inch planter, encroaching 2 feet into the walkway. I mean, this has to be redone.
Yes, it will be refined. One of the things that we did agree to, though, with our neighbor at 7th Century was to plant taller palms. So the character of the landscaping will not hopefully change. We just have to refine the material selections.
And the location.
And the locations.
We'll include the similar condition we did for 10th Century Lane in the landscape.
Yes. One question is this dock, have you had an approval or any type of consultation with a marine contractor?
We do know that the dock is drawn larger than it is allowed to be, but we'll refine that during the permitting process.
Because it seems awfully large.
It encroaches into the 7-foot
the
triangles. We know that, yes.
So now the pool is 4 feet away from the...
4 feet 4 inches.
That was the other thing that came up, I remember last time, with that the pool was too close to the edge.
We had 3 feet. Now we have 4 feet 4 inches.
Anybody else have any other comments on anything? Wanna make a motion?
Should we start with the variances or the design?
Let's do the design first.
I make a motion to approve the design.
Is there a second?
Second.
And Jason, that will include the conditions, and Sam, that'll include the conditions that have been expressed regarding changes to the walkway along the garage, the ramping, changes to the garage elevation, and the west elevation at the ground level, revisions to the landscape plan, similar to the conditions that we included for 10 Century Lane.
Okay.
All in favor of that motion?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion passes 5-0. And can I get a motion on the variances?
I move to approve all of the variances.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Agopian. All in favor of the variances?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And thank you for your patience with us. I know this has been, 5 months, so we do appreciate the time and the energy. Thank you.
Sure. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I know it's noon and our lunch is here. Should we take a break?
Do you want to take a 25-minute break and come back at 12:30?
25 minutes, yes.
Come back at 12:30.
12:30, we'll reconvene. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back to the April Design Review Board meeting. We'd like to continue with our next item on the agenda.
With that, we are, as I mentioned this morning, we're going to move DRB 23-0910, which is 1790 Purdy Avenue next, which is first under new applications. And Giselle will read this into the record.
The next item on the agenda is DRB 23-0910, 1790 Purdy Avenue. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 3-story Marine Patrol facility to replace an existing 2-story structure.
Now, the board may remember that as recently as last year, the DRB approved the redesign of the Maurice Gibb Memorial Park last May, and that was a reapproval of the park of May of 2019. This proposed application here is located just to the north of those previously approved improvements. And this is for the Marine Patrol facility, and the current application will also include the Police Department Marine Patrol as well as the Fire Department Marine Patrol unit into the same facility. Staff has been working with the consultant over the last 6 months or so to further revise the design and details of the facility. We are very supportive of the overall design. We did note some just concerns with the primary red and blue colors shown, although they are very limited in area, and are just requesting that those final materials and finishes and colors be subject to further review by staff as part of the building permit review process. We are recommending approval of the application in accordance with the conditions outlined in the draft final order, which can be found on page 116 of the board packages. Well, I'll turn it over to the consultant.
Before we start, I'll swear you guys in, and first I just want to ask the board members, have there been any ex-parte communications with any of the board members? No, having seen none. Okay, so we'll swear in. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Yes, sir.
Okay, and is 10 minutes enough time for the clock?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Go ahead. Sorry. Hi. Good afternoon, board and chairperson. My name's Lee Feinberg. I'm with MC Harry and Associates Architects. Our client is the City of Miami Beach. We've been working with the Office of Capital Improvement Projects, with the Police Department, and with the Fire Department, developing the Marine Patrol facility. I get to control it today. Our site is at 1790 Purdy Avenue. It's zone GU, Civic and Government Use, and it's bounded on the north by RM3 and on the east by CD2. The building is an emergency facility, so it has enhanced wind load requirements that it needs to meet, and it also will be 2 feet above base flood level, so at 10 feet NGVD. The size of the building as it's designed will be well within the development rights allowable on the project, on this property. We're not requesting any waivers or variances. The existing building on site is 2,500 square feet. It was built in 1990 and is currently occupied by the Police Department Marine Patrol Unit. The planned facility will have the Police Department and Fire Department Marine Patrol units. The existing building has reached the end of its useful life. The columns on the lower level are deteriorating, and the building is currently stabilized with temporary shoring. To satisfy our program goals, the building will be demolished and a new building will be constructed. Surrounding our site is the commercial area to the east, the bay to the west, the Maurice Gibb Memorial Park to the south, and Sunset Harbor Towers to the north. All right, this is our site plan. Our area of work is shown in yellow. On the east and north, we are bounded by the existing parking lot and the existing trailer parking lot and boat ramp. All of the parking will remain as it is. This project will not affect that parking or reduce it in any way. Obviously on the west we have the bay, and on the south we have Maurice Gibb Park. Within our site on the northeast, there are FP&L transformers, which are the small boxes shown there, and they will remain as part of our work. They will remain there; they won't be touched. The red line in this drawing is the setbacks on this site, and our building is within those setbacks. The building as planned is 9,650 square feet. We're working with the adjacent park project team, the design team, to achieve a seamless design and coordinate construction sequencing where these two projects meet. They'll meet. This is our level 1 plan. Let's say. The building will have 9 staff members working at any one time, 5 from the police department and 4 from the fire department. We're introducing 9 dedicated parking spaces for the Marine Patrol staff located on the east and west sides of our site. Currently, there are no formal parking spaces for the building. Starting at the top of our plan, we have our ADA ramp up from the park that leads to our level 1, which is above flood. There's an outdoor walkway along the south side of the building. Starting in the upper left corner, there's an emergency generator room completely enclosed within the building. Next to that is an office and storage space for the Parks Department. And then we have a stair just below that. Then our main electrical room, and then restrooms for the park, which are replacing the existing restrooms, which currently are housed in the Marine Patrol building. The large blue volume in the middle is boat and trailer parking for the Marine Patrol. Below that, again, is another circulation space with stairs and an elevator. And this space also is the lobby for the public. There's a small reception desk. It also doubles as an operations space for the Marine Patrol boats. The three rooms to the west are 2 storage rooms, one for the police department, one for the fire department, and then there's a third shared room for operations for wash down. There's a washer dryer and additional storage, all related to the boat operations. On the site, we have maintained access to the kayak launch, which is at the end of that path that's going towards the property line, and we've maintained the pedestrian route to the park along the west side of the site. Upstairs, we have the Marine Patrol stations. On the left is the Police Department Marine Patrol on the second level. There's an open work area, 2 sergeants' offices, a conference room, break room, storage, and service rooms. There are 2 single-occupant restrooms and changing rooms, one of which is ADA compliant. To the west of this image is, in purple, is a shared gym space with its own outdoor space. On the right is the Fire Department Marine Patrol on the 3rd level, which consists of a common room with a kitchen, dorms and officers' quarters, and 2 single-occupant restrooms with showers. Oh, should have brought some water. Restrooms with showers, one of which is ADA compliant. To the west of this is a roof deck. On the roof, we basically have a flat roof, and our mechanical equipment is on the west side, screened behind a wall. There's an elevator machine room, and one of our stairs, the east one, reaches the roof. So this is what it will look like from the southeast. In the foreground, you can see the ADA ramp. Behind that is the Parks Department office, and then the generator room is behind our blue material. Following that block along underneath is the bathrooms for the park. Above is the 2 Marine Patrol units. And then we have an open-air stair on the east side. And then we have the operations, gym, and deck volume on the bay side. Coming around to the northeast, we can see the open-air boat storage area. There'll be a motorized single roll-up grill to have for boat access. On the sides, there's gates. And then in the foreground of this, on the left, would be the FP&L transformers, and then you can see our parking areas in the front and the back of the building. Above, in our red material stripe, we have the main signage for the building, which would be in aluminum letters, raised aluminum letters. And then coming around to the northwest, we have the parking area, the motorized roll-up grill you can see, the Marine Patrol units above, our operations and gym on the right-hand side of the image, and then in our stair element at the top behind the red material is our mechanical units. Back to the park side again with the southwest view. You can see the guest entrance to the building at the base of the west stair tower. And am I over 10?
No, 2 minutes.
Oh, thanks. Okay, since we prepared this for this presentation, we have met with the Maurice Gibb Park project team and the Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association, and have incorporated some of their comments into our presentation. One of the comments was that it was to try to screen the mechanical equipment on the roof, and the other main comment was to maintain pedestrian access along the west side of the site. So this is a revised roof plan showing a concrete trellis over our mechanical equipment, and we've rearranged our stair a little up there so that we can fit all of this. This is a view from above, from roughly Sunset Harbor Towers, of this trellised area that's blocking the view of our mechanical equipment, and also showing the path from Sunset Harbor to the park is maintained as it exists today. This is another image showing the path that access is provided. And we should mention that for site lighting, we plan to extend the park design, which has a series of post lighting along the bay, and we would extend that into our site. And we would also, of course, satisfy the minimum requirements for our parking areas and maintain, if we affected at all, the main parking lot lighting. We would make sure that it would have proper lighting as well. With that, concludes our presentation, and we're ready for questions.
Thank you so much. Does anybody in the audience wish to have comments? Is there anybody online?
There is nobody online with their hand raised. I did forward an email that we received this morning to all the board members.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, then I'm now going to close the public portion of the presentation and open it up to the board for comments.
So I didn't understand the email. I know the residents were talking about a green roof currently existing, but it looks like a tin roof.
Well, I think in that sense they meant a little green roof, because right now it's a sloped. I think it's a metal roof that is green.
Oh, okay.
So I think the comment was for the city to explore an actual living green roof, or maybe at a minimum a paver type of design system like we approved for the Mount Sinai roof last year.
That's all I was curious about. And the louvers on the top of the mechanical equipment. It's one of the things I'm glad that someone's doing something about, because we have these horrible views from up above of mechanical equipment. And I was just, if the louvers could take into account the angle of people looking down, so that maybe they could be turned a little to the south, so that looking from that building, you don't see anything as long as there's nobody from the south or east that's looking right into it. It's always a big deal with, I can't believe we give such horrible finishes to roofs so many times. So
yeah, we could modify the condition. I think that's appropriate since the taller buildings are to the north, so that the louvers are angled to maximize the concealing of the visibility as viewed from the north side.
Yep, that's all I got.
Thank you. Jason, do you have any thoughts?
Thank you, Sarah. Oh, my echoing? Why is that happening? Okay. Yeah, so I think overall the massing and the layout, of course, it's very programmatic, which I understand. I kind of like some of the volume, playing with the volumes that I see. I feel like, and I don't know if it's maybe partly a condition of the quality of the renderings or whatever, but it certainly kind of looks like it's a government building to me, for better or for worse. And more likely, I kind of would say for worse in a way. And I don't know if it's partly because, to me, the materiality of the building, it's a little bit hard to tell what this all is. My assumption is that it's all stucco with a few different paint colors and some accent metal panels from what you said. But I considering the kind of the high profile location of this building and where it is, I would really love to see a little bit more attention to the actual facade treatments here and the materiality of it. I just think we're missing an opportunity. I mean, we have a building down the block from this one. I think that's maybe it's the facilities building or something that was built maybe 5-10 years ago that kind of seems very architectural to me. And then this at the same time seems a little bit more utilitarian to me. And yes, I understand that this is a utilitarian project, but being that it's going to be right next to this beautiful brand new park, I would expect for me a little bit more high level design to happen here, and I would think the city would want that too. That's my initial comments.
Thank you, Jason. Sarah, do you want to?
Yes, I absolutely. Sorry. I agree with Jason. I think that this is a really nice opportunity, regardless of the use of the building, to do something a little bit more significant. And it's not about costs. It's about putting an effort to really do something a little bit more endearing, I would say. Yeah.
I agree. I feel like I agree completely, and everything that Jason said, I'm just going to build upon, because I was also thinking of the other city building in the Sunset Harbor and how lovely it is, and it works really well within the context. But unlike that building, this building, there's nothing around it. It's going to be park. It's so prominent. It's the end of the street. So many people are constantly coming and going and passing by. And it's going to be right next door to this fantastic park that has so much character and so much liveliness to it, and is so, it's a tribute to somebody who was so important to Miami Beach. And then I feel like, honestly, with this designer, it reminds me of the bus station designs that we saw a few months ago that, they started the presentation by saying, oh yeah, we do bus stations in Detroit and Omaha. And it was like, yeah, and the bus enclosure we got looked like it could be anywhere in the country. And I feel like that's sort of what's happening here. This building could be here, it could be in Fort Lauderdale, it could be anywhere, whereas this is such an amazing opportunity to do something so inspired by, or nodding to, reflecting, engaging with Miami Beach. So that would also be my thought too, to really be inspired by all the great things that are happening in Sunset Harbor. Yeah, and make it, and I mean, one of the things that struck me the most also is that, and I know it's, the windows are so small, and I know it's very utilitarian, but still, I'd love to have our Marine Patrol and firefighters enjoy the view. And, I think that I'd really like to see this project push it a little bit more, a lot more, I should say.
I agree. I think it should be part of the park.
Something.
Yeah.
Excuse me a second, Sarah. Did you want to open up the public meeting? Does anybody else from the public want to speak on this application that wasn't here earlier? Okay. Would you like to reopen the public hearing?
Yes, I'd like to reopen the public portion for those of you who want to speak. No, we appreciate your thoughts.
I am Sarah De Los Reyes, Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association. This was presented to the residents, except for the fact that they complained about the roof and they cover the mechanical. It's a utilitarian building. These people are there to work, guys. And it has to be super hurricane proof, no matter what happens in Sunset Harbor. This building has to stay up. They're the fire department. They're the Marine patrols. They have to get there. So I understand, maybe if you want the windows a little, but that means then you're talking about hurricane. I mean, to me, it's a utilitarian building. I think it's pretty nice, the design. I mean, what's there now is not that great either. I mean, we finally got the roof covered with the mechanical, and we approve of that, which is true. Maybe they should change the colors to brighter colors. That I would approve. That would be nice instead of gray, maybe turquoise or something to match the theme of the color of the park. But otherwise, I think it's functional to what they need. We can dictate what is utilitarian.
No, we had a big meeting. Maryland Freundlich. We had a big meeting at our Sunset Harbor, but a couple of weeks ago, and we had about 150 people, the commissioners, a lot of the people from the city, staff came, and this was presented at the meeting, this project, and people loved it. For what it's worth.
Except for people, the parking, right? The parking?
Yeah, there was an issue with the parking, if it was enough parking. And the roof, they wanted something to cover the mechanicals. But other than that, everybody had a good, nobody, let me put it that way, nobody complained about the building. The other building that we have in Sunset Harbor from the city, there's another city building. I always say I wish I could live there. It's an amazing building, especially inside. The inside of that building, I wish I could build my house like that. So I think they did a great job with that other building. And you go by and you don't even notice it's there. But it's a beautiful building, especially inside.
Yeah, if you want to make it the city colors, that's fine. I think that would be pretty if you want to make it the city colors. They have
what do you envision there instead of this building?
Yeah. I just think of the Marine Patrol Station in Lomas Park and how it's this beautiful architectural jewel. And it's utilitarian, but it's also, a little landmark in the area. I think that in Miami Beach, I'm very proud to say that we've set a standard. If you look down at the manhole covers, talk about utilitarian thing, they're beautifully designed. We have, there are pink sidewalks. I think that beauty and design and inspired by Art Deco is part of our brand. And it'd be one thing if this was in the middle of the block and it's surrounded by tall buildings, but you're going to see this. If you think you see the one there now, this is 3 stories high. I feel like it's sort of a unanimous sentiment here that this is an opportunity. I think that part of what we do is raise the bar for design in the city, and this seems to me like an opportunity. There's so much potential. I know I looked on the website of the architect's portfolio, and I saw that they designed the fire station on Indian Creek, which also is a utilitarian building. It's built for the same, but it has some sort of character, and it has something a little bit more to it, and that's what I was hoping to see, something with a little, and the fact that it's going to be by this park. I'm not saying make it look like, we need it to be, the shape of the Hard Rock, but something something that's also, you know,
What a bad
part
idea.
of it, you know, yes. So yeah, thank you. Does that conclude? Okay, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, you can make it nicer and prettier. Okay. We're happy to have the parks. 3 years and we need the parks.
Yes.
If you have a response or if there's more that we can give to you, is that?
No, I didn't say that. It's actually surprising that you guys didn't have more. I'm so shocked, but you know, like Sarah said, like some kind of nod to the Art Deco era, maybe some nautical theme. I mean, there's nothing to it. You have no idea what it is, and it would be nice if the building represented kind of what it did or where it was, or you know, even a nod.
And incorporate a lot more planting, which will make it more part of the park.
Yeah, we had the ugliest building ever created in Belle Isle Park, and we tried to get a mural we eventually had so many trees planted around it that you can't see it anymore, and that was the only saving grace. And this has nothing around it, so.
And this is an opportunity to prevent something like that from happening again.
I mean, the location alone, I mean, you know, waterfront location, obviously a neighborhood full of, I'm hoping is becoming sort of architectural, significant, you know, private buildings. There is no reason that this building cannot stand up to any of the other amazing buildings that are happening in this neighborhood. And of course, none of us wants to sacrifice any of the security, safety, durability, you know, understanding it's an emergency use building, but there are countless examples within our own city, as Sarah had referenced. Branch out, look at the fire station in Coral Gables winning, you know, AIA awards. I mean, there's no reason why this building cannot be kind of a stellar representation of architecture while still fulfilling its program needs. I really think it would be a huge disservice. I too am kind of baffled that everybody's like, yeah, it's great, let's go for it. Like, I'm sorry, but this is the exact reason this board is here, and I'm happy to hope that the architect wants to work on kind of making this the best piece of architecture it can be. It's visible from literally 5 sides, right? Top and all 4 sides, 360 degrees. So there's no back, there's no front. It all has to look amazing, as far as I'm concerned.
All right, well, we're up to the challenge. We're happy to go back and improve it.
If I could search for a little bit more direction, are you interested? The massing of the building is kind of determined by the needs for space and how those spaces correlate. I mean, the 2 stairs, you know, each programmatic use that we have is only about 1,500, 1,600 square feet, but they have a certain relationship between each other. So in my mind, I'm wondering, do we just try to manipulate the fenestration, the massing of, not the massing, but the fenestration and the walls and the materials, looking for a little bit more direction.
Right, and we're also on a very constrained site. We can't affect the boat trailer parking lot, the public parking lot. We're
as close as we can get to the park.
Yeah, we're getting as close to the park because they have their own stop point, and then of course the bay. So we're very constrained. It's a wonderful challenge, and so if you can give us more direction, that'd be great.
Well, like what would you call it? Is it could have a style instead of utilitarian, like, right? Like
yes,
Art Deco-ish, a nod to the something. I mean,
I guess we're just trying to say that, you know, the massing is going to be very difficult to change. So
yeah,
it's really going to be more the appearance of the facade.
Yeah. I think a theme. I think just some kind of style instead of just, you know, a utilitarian building. I think something with a little character that would make people go, wow, what's that? And not just drive by it and say, another gray building with a red stripe. And, you know, that's all. I mean, they're right. I mean, I should have said it's such an important spot, and it could be something that people pass by and are like amazed that it's a fire station, marine patrol place.
I mean, I hear you, and I know that it's right by the water and everything. I mean, the first thing that I would change off the bat is that the front facade as this stairway tower. I mean, that to me just seems like if you are going to do a stairway, it should really be something spectacular. I mean, I would look, if we need to have a stucco building, maybe explore just different interesting volumes and interactions of that, because maybe think of it as a sculpture and approach it from that angle and play with the volumes that way. I would go around the city and just sort of be inspired by the details in the architecture that come out. I don't know. Do you have any other
I actually
thoughts?
was going to comment on the architectural elements, because a building can be a box, but it's all about how do we put those boxes together and what we do with those boxes outside and inside, and what do we produce as a sentiment of people that are around and inside those buildings. And I think that's where it's really, I think that's the secret, basically. And as you said, I would recommend maybe driving around, taking pictures around the buildings. Not only Art Deco, there's a lot of mid-century modern also. There's beautiful architecture in the city. We have wonderful examples of mid-century modern as well. And they're small buildings. It's not about the size. And I understand the constraints, but within the constraints, the materials, the elements of design, which can be, windows, it can be the plaster, it can be elements that pop out or come in, decorative elements within the style of that architecture that you want to create. So yes, definitely, that would be my comment.
Jason, do you want to pipe in?
Yeah, no, I completely agree with my fellow board members, and I would say maybe to the applicant, honestly, if you kind of I don't know if you've been present the entire day today or you sat through some of these meetings before, but the general language and thoughts that we have as it relates to other projects that we see, whether it's a single-family residential or more similarly like to a commercial project, that same vein of commenting and analysis and questioning, we would put onto this building too, right? So that same attention to detail, maybe even more so because it's a city building, and there's an expectation that the city should be producing architecture that's better than maybe what the public is even producing, to be honest with you. So I think kind of maybe listen to how we kind of are, how we sort of talk about other projects, and those same comments here, like this, some of the materiality issues, the fenestration issues. Yes, I understand there's a balance between glass and stucco and the glass, but I think really we want you guys to kind of put on, and I know you guys, I'm very familiar with your firm, and I know there's an opportunity here, and we just don't want to see it missed. So I hope that's enough. We're not here to kind of design this for you, but you kind of have a neat building, right? There's like a lot of neat little volumes and heights happening and openings and structures. So there's a lot already here. I just think it really needs to kind of go to that next level.
Sounds good.
I'm straining to remember exactly what the park is going to look like. But I keep thinking also about the location of this building, and I think it would have a very different effect if it was in a different location. But again, it's right by the water. It's also right by this really whimsical, playful park. Those could be two things that can be inspiration. Again, I don't remember exactly. I mean, the park. It's a park.
Coincidentally, the groundbreaking is today at 4:00. You are invited.
But I mean, you started to play a little bit with the color, so I'm always a huge fan of color. But yeah, I mean, do you feel like you've gotten more direction from us?
Definitely.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Does anybody want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll move to continue this application. I don't know how much time you'll need, or whether it's.
I would suggest till the June meeting, June 2nd, which gives it a month to develop changes to the proposal.
Okay.
Does that seem like a reasonable time frame to you to really delve into it, or?
And if that's not, if it gets to that point, you could always ask for another continuance. So I think June is a good date, June 6th. Was that your motion, Jason?
Yes, to continue the application 23-0910 to the June DRB meeting.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Sheldon. All in favor?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next item.
Yes.
Which is DRB 230905. Yes.
The next item in the agenda is DRB 23-0905, 1420 West 22nd Street. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story residence, including one or more waiver and variances from the required front setback, street-facing side yard setbacks, and the sum of the side yard setbacks to replace an existing two-story home.
So this is a really unique parcel, the Sunset Islands. It's surrounded on three sides by streets. It's probably one of the few properties we've seen that has this three-street configuration, which is also subject to determination of which is really the front and which is the side facing the street. So in this case, it really could be, any of the streets could be classified as the front. However, what the applicant's doing is basing upon the historic precedent of what's there right now, which is the two-story home that's facing 22nd Street. And they've placed the front of the home on 22nd Street and are requesting a variance from the front setback. Because 22nd Street is so wide in terms of their property width, that results in very excessive setbacks because their setbacks for the sides are based upon the width of the property. So their width is much larger than most properties on the Sunset Islands. So for that reason, they are asking for several variances. The first is a front setback variance. The code requires 30 feet for a front setback for 2 stories. They're proposing 20 feet. Because of the unique shape of the parcel, the further you set back the building from the street, the more you're focusing more of the property on the front for such a large length, which I believe is around over 170 feet in width along 22nd Street. And then the side setbacks, the code requires for street sides a minimum setback of 15 feet, but because of their excessive property width, the sum of the side yards is actually 43 feet, which is larger than almost any other property that would be on a corner with a side facing the street. So they are asking for a variance from on both street side setbacks to lessen the requirement as well as the overall sum of the side yards. They are locating their amenity space, their pool, along the south side of the site, and one of the variances, which is related to the street side setback, is related to a covered patio on facing Sunset Drive. We do think there are special conditions regarding this property that do warrant the variances that are being requested, and we are recommending approval of the application with the conditions outlined starting on page 88 of the board packages. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Amster on behalf of the applicant.
Okay. Good afternoon, all. Matt, has everyone from your team been sworn in?
I don't think so. And we also have 2 people on Zoom.
Okay.
Ryan McDaniel and Malone Matson.
Okay, so then who's ever here for this application in chambers, I just need to swear you in if you're going to address the board. Mr. Luria. Okay, so please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, and before we start, have there been any ex-parte communications with the board? No, and then, Matt, how much time do you need?
10 minutes, but did you want to swear in Ryan and Malone on Zoom? If you can promote
I got a text from the applicant to meet with him, but I didn't meet with him.
Thank you.
We can do that when they need to speak.
Okay.
Are they part of the presentation?
They are, yes. That's our architect and landscape architect.
Okay, who were they again?
Ryan McDaniel.
Okay, Ryan McDaniel
and
Malone Matson.
Mm-hmm.
Can you please raise your hands?
Okay, both.
Okay.
All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I do.
Yes. Okay, perfect. Then I heard 2. I'll set the clock at 10 minutes, and we're ready to go.
Great. Good afternoon. Matt Amster, the law firm of Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanes. Offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. Here today representing Daniel Hertzberg. He's the owner of this property, and he's actually here today, Danny, and with his wife, Amanda. They've lived here for many years and are seeking to build this beautiful new home for their family so they can continue to live here and grow. As I mentioned, we have our architect, Ryan McDaniel, Brandon Architects, and Malone Matson is our landscape architect. And with me, my partner at the firm, Michael Larkin, and our colleague, Emily Balter. If we can turn on the presentation, this is the cover of the handout that you received just now. The applicant themselves went around the neighborhood and have gotten 7 letters of support and very close by neighbors, but also notably, they did not get any objections, and I haven't seen any objections otherwise submitted to the record. This is a good sort of aerial also to show you this very irregular property, the yellow triangular shape. It is definitely an island to itself. It's surrounded by 3 streets. Those streets also have fairly wide swales. So there's no abutting neighbor. And in fact, across all these 3 streets, it's a substantial distance to any of the nearest neighbors. But you can also see how much of an anomaly this is, especially for a dry lot. If you look to the left, you can see along 22nd Street, you have more regular rectangular lots, very narrow, which is a point that Michael Belush brought up. Those lots don't have as much frontage, and therefore their side setbacks aren't anywhere similarly aligned. But also, those homes are located towards the north of the lots, and that's where our home is. And that's, I think, a major point that there was a good reason for that when this was built many years ago. Because Sunset Drive itself is sort of the main thoroughfare in from Sunset Harbor and through this island and onto the next island. That raises significant privacy issues for the neighbor. Placing the home to the north is really putting it in context with those other homes that are also, to the north of it on that corner of 22nd and Lake, and trying to take yourself away and distance yourself from Sunset. So it's definitely a privacy and safety concern, and we've taken that context to continue that here, which meets the fabric of the neighborhood. This is definitely the platted condition, something that, again, is not anything that the homeowners had anything to do with. So in essence, this is a textbook hardship case. These conditions also essentially explain the practical difficulties in trying to meet the code requirements, yet our requests are very modest, right? We're keeping with the fabric of the neighborhood. We have very little request for a deviation on the side setbacks on some of the sides, and even the home itself does not maximize the building potential. We're only at 41.8% unit size and 26.6% lot coverage, so well below the maximums. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ryan. Ryan, why don't you walk us through the project?
Thank you, Matt. Next slide, please. Not seeing the presentation on my end, but assuming the slide is up there, starting with the title sheet, Hertzberg Residence.
Well, we're on the 3rd page, which is the existing home.
Okay, perfect. Well, let me back up for a step here. My name is Ryan McDaniel, partner, principal architect here with Brandon Architects. Starting with our clients and the task that was presented to us, really related to, this is a special property. It's a family home that Danny and Amanda have lived in since 2015, are raising their children here. And the aesthetics of the existing house is very much a charming house. It's something that they've enjoyed. There's a reason that they purchased this property and have called this home. And so in the beginning of our design stage, we really wanted to find something that was responsive to what's here now. Unfortunately, given the structural layout of the existing house, it's very detached from the yard to be able to have views of the pool and to be able to maximize the connection of the house to this unique property. But what's really special about it to them is the yard space. Next slide, please. As you can see, being located along 22nd Street with a frontage there, it preserves a really significant rear yard space. And if you go to the next slide, please, you can get a better vantage point of that here. What's existing is, as Matt mentioned, for privacy, the hedge and those palm trees are located actually in the public right of way. So what's unique, in addition to the shape of the lot, is the fact that we have more than 15 feet of distance from our property lines to the curb of the street. And ultimately our task in starting this design was to design a home that was consistent with the neighborhood, that embodied a traditional design similar to the existing home with some modern improvements to that style, but ultimately preserving the yard to the best of our ability. Next slide, please. You don't need to read the narrow dimensions here, but when we approached the design, we did look at the neighborhood, the consistency with the existing home. What I can tell you is that our distance from the adjacent structures surrounding us, the neighboring homes, spans from 88 to 164 feet between the structures. So there is a significant distance between our proposed structure and the existing homes in that community. And in addition to, again, the privacy hedging, that is a significant buffer from Sunset, where it's highly trafficked. And there's actually an improvement, which I can better explain on the next slide, because we are proposing a narrower building width. Excuse me, I'll take a step back. This is our architectural site plan, and it just kind of articulates where our property line is versus where you can see the curb. So it is a significant distance in that right of way, which is not a part of the scope of this application. And you can see just the constraints of the setbacks as proposed and what the impacts would be should that front yard setback and the side yard setbacks be increased. The result when studying that as an alternative was a house that was really landlocked to the center of the property and essentially eliminated the benefit of having a rear yard space, because there's technically no rear yard setback. It's all side yard and front yard setback. Next slide, please. So what you can see here, the green outline, that is the existing structure. And you can see that we do have a trellis that's kind of embodied in there, but our hard building edge is set back significantly. The existing building width along 22nd Street is 114 feet and 6 inches, and proposed we're at 93 feet and 6 inches. So we are setting our 2-story building envelope to the 20-foot setback on either side of the front entry, but there is some architectural relief on the second story to justify that, as well as limiting and reducing the overall width of the building along 22nd Street, which I think is a benefit. Certainly there's a benefit to some of the neighbors in having additional setback from their house to our structure. Next slide, please.
Ryan, if I can just add one more thing, or two more things. The red is indicating the front setback that we're looking to, and that's overlaying the green of the existing home, which matches up with ours, with the additional relief that we proposed, as Ryan just mentioned. And then the gray, angled gray along the left, that's our side setback and accounts for the sum of the side variance. And you can see that the house completely meets the setback. It's outside of that gray area. It's really only this portion of the covered patio at the rear that is requiring that, and portion of the pool deck has its own separate setback. Okay, Ryan, go on.
Okay. Yeah, a good point as well, Matt. I mean, technically the existing front yard setback is 19 foot 8.5, and so we're complying with 20 feet. So there's a small improvement there. On this slide, what we're showing is because we do have Lake Avenue as a frontage along our side yard, what comes into question is the overall length of that 2-story mass from a massing study and zoning code compliance, a maximum length of an unbroken side of 60 feet is what we were looking at. And our interpretation initially, as you can see on the right-hand side, is that really we deem from the front of that primary bath suite to the northeast corner, we're really 55 feet and 2 inches in overall length because we set back the balcony and that bedroom element.
Excuse me, Ryan?
Along.
Ryan, your time
Yes.
is up. How much longer could you finish this up in?
I can finish this up in 1 minute. That's fine.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You got it. So there is relief that we're providing. The interpretation from staff was that 5'9" and 3/4" dimension was added to the 55 feet and 2 inches, but there is still setback and relief along this frontage that we do believe it to be generally in conformance with the intent of the zoning code. Next slide, please. And the result is a thoughtful design that we're excited about. Our clients are excited about. It's something that we feel is timeless and responsive to the community, and it elevates the home from what was there now, and while still paying respect to some of the traditional formal language of the architectural style, having a front entry porch. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. And as you can see, we were able to preserve what was most important to our clients as far as being able to have a lot of open space, a significant rear yard to be able to have kids' sporting events, to be able to have host parties, and to really embody the family home that we've designed for our clients. That completes my portion of the presentation, but I'd love to open up the floor for our clients, Danny and Amanda, to just speak briefly if that's acceptable to the board.
Thank you. Yes, if you want to speak. Sure. Will you go on? 2 minutes, okay?
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. My name's Danny Hertzberg. This is my wife, Amanda. I grew up here in Miami Beach. I lived here my whole life. We've been in this home since 2015, and we have 2 daughters, a 2 and a 4-year-old. We love our home, as Ryan was mentioning, but we have the main suite upstairs, and our 2 daughters are down, so it's running up and down every night, and it's quite challenging. So we looked into kind of creating, all the bedrooms on the same floor, and the main challenge with our lot is privacy. Everybody coming to the neighborhood, the back of our lot, the bridge and security, and the basically Sunset Harbor is coming over. So our privacy is our main concern, and having yard space for our family. We have soccer practice every Friday for our daughters and kids in the neighborhood, and that space is really important. So we went and personally reached out to all of our neighbors. We don't have a direct neighbor, but we have people who are, because we have streets on 3 sides. But we reached out personally. We met with everybody who was willing to meet and available, and we got letters of support from the association president, one of the architects that live by us, the Taylors, and we're really excited about it. It's our dream home, and we hope you support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that pretty much concludes where I think we definitely have a very regular lot, meets the hardship criteria, and we agree with all the staff's conditions and respectfully request your approval. We're here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there any members of the public that wish to speak? Come on up.
It's nice to see everybody again. I'm Peter Luria. I've lived on Sunset Island 3 with my family and raised my family for over 30 years. I have never been in favor or spoken in favor of variances. I think this is an exception. I think you should grant it. I think what they're asking is reasonable. Their setback in the front of the house is the same as it's been since it was built. And I came out of my way. They didn't know I was here for this. They probably thought I was going to be against it, but I am in favor of it. In fact, strong enough that I came out. The only caveat I would say, and I had spoken to Michael about this, is at one time there was discussion about splitting the lot, but you grant these variances, I want to make sure that the lot cannot be split with the variances. That's the only thing, but I am strongly in favor. I think it's a beautiful house, and I will support it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your thoughts. Anyone
And we
else?
have 2 callers online. First, Hillary Benson.
Good afternoon, Ms. Benson.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
So
Before you address the board, I need to swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and I'm going to set the clock for 2 minutes for you to address the board.
So I'm Hillary Hertzberg Benson. I live across the street from my brother. I would say I'm one of, since they don't have actual neighbors, since they're surrounded on all sides by the street, I'm directly across the street from them, so I'm as close as a neighbor can be. I think that the house plan is really beautiful. It makes a lot of sense, and privacy is important to them as it is for all of us, and having a nice yard space for their kids is very reasonable. So I fully support it, and I agree sorry, that's my son. I'm fully in support of it.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ben Wander.
Mr. Wander?
Yes, hello.
Hello. I believe you were sworn in earlier this morning, so I'm going to
Yes, thank you very much.
Set the clock for 2 minutes on this matter.
Ben Wander, 1401 West 22nd Street. Like Hillary, I am Danny's neighbor directly across the street, as close as a neighbor can be. Danny shared his plans with me several months ago, and I couldn't be more excited for it. I think the variances all make sense. I know sometimes we worry about precedent, like a couple of other speakers have talked about and other board members have as well, but clearly, a lot of these things are very, very unique, and this is a very unique property. And I think that the new house mirrors the old house as best as possible and is really a beautiful addition, and I can't wait to see it across the street. I'm fully in support. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, there are no other speakers online.
I'm going to close the public portion of the presentation and open it up to the board for comments.
I concur with staff's analysis that the triangular shape of the lot poses a practical difficulty warranting the grant of the requested variances, and also note the support of the neighbors, including Mr. Loria.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I had a quick question.
Wait, is your mic on?
Thank you,
Second,
Sarah.
Jason.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
We're going to have Sarah go, and then
My question is about repurposing and sustainability because of the actual value of the house built right now. Is there any plan? I understand sometimes there's a few plans for some of the for the buildings to be repurposed. Do you have any kind of plan for that, or is it just going to be completely destroyed and demolished? And then, is there anything?
You need to be on the microphone. Mm-hmm.
You mean like relocating the structure somewhere else?
Well, just, what are you going to do with the actual, not
So
only
it's-
demolish it completely, because it is a valuable
Yeah,
piece of architecture. So I'm just wondering if there's
Somebody
any plan.
was interested in it, we'd be happy for them to have it, but only the very small portion of the home is actually the original. Most of it was added on like in the 70s and 80s and 90s. We saw the plans of addition by addition by addition, so I don't think somebody'd be interested, but if they are, we'd be happy, to provide the structure for them.
Just a question.
Sure.
Just came to my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason?
Yeah, just a question to the architect on variance number 2. When I kind of look at your plan, I guess specifically maybe page 27 of the presentation, it seems like, I don't know if you guys tried to eliminate that variance, which by just kind of clipping or working off that curve that you have on the ground floor and kind of continuing in the opposite direction and just not having that as a variance. Was there any effort to sort of look at that, since it seems like it's just part of your covered patio and it's not that much of a substantial hardship not to have that variance on the sunset side of the house?
I raised my hand. Hopefully you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Yeah, we really did look at a lot of alternates here. We did look at trying to conform, as I mentioned earlier, with the front yard setback. And As you can tell, that northwest corner gets really tight to the setback. That's part of the reason why we really felt we needed a 2-story mass at the setback, because that angular portion of the setback area does get really tight. As we know, sheltered outdoor space is really important here to be able to have the outdoor covered cabana. What you can see is that we have adjusted. We originally had the covered cabana more aligning with what you can see, that westernmost edge of the building, if we're looking at Plan 27, excuse me. And we've already held that in, but it is important that the outdoor covered cabana relate to the architecture and the massing of that primary living space. So we wanted to maintain the overall width of it, and we do feel that we adjusted the depth of it looking from east to west as much as we really could to best relate to the house and conform with the setback to the best of our ability.
Okay, it just seems like such a tiny little bit, but okay, I got it. I'm talking about the covered patio off of Sunset, not the front setback, but I guess that would be considered the side setback, the 15-foot.
Right.
Where you're kind of encroaching with like a piece of the patio that's like the covered patio that's like 2 feet, maybe 2 feet by 2 feet, or 2.5 feet by 2.5 feet, like a little triangle that pokes into the setback.
And Jason, I know that there is an intent there to try to, again, keep the house as compact, pushed to the north as possible, and away from that Sunset Drive, which is the street there to the left.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to add to this, if this was a typical corner lot with a side facing the street, they're complying with the 15-foot setback that would be required. But because the lot width here is 170 feet plus, and the minimum setback then is 10% of that, that bumps the technical requirement to a little over 17 feet. And that's why we told the applicant, complying with a 15-foot setback is typically what would be required for a corner lot, which is why we're supportive of this variance.
Understood.
I support the condition. However, I do have a couple of questions. I'll ask if architect is on the line.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Have you discussed with Green Space about keeping the ficus hedge in the swale?
I can answer that.
I believe. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, recently the City Commission allowed an administrative process for older hedges, which we think this has definitely been there for quite some time, that you go through a permit application process to preserve the existing hedges, and that's what we're going to do.
Okay, the street trees, and the majority of them, at least on Sunset Drive, some of them are 18 inches, 2 feet away from the curve. That's too close as street trees. Now, if I'm not mistaken, staff, the minimum is 7 feet?
I'm not sure what the minimum is for the setback from the
approximately
from the curb, but they'll have to comply with the minimum.
It's either 7 feet from the curb or 7 feet from the property line.
May I say something?
Peter?
The commission made an exception in R2 Island that we're allowed to plant within 2 feet of the street.
To plant?
Yes. We can plant within 2 feet. That was during the infrastructure project, and it was a commission vote. And you should check it out. It goes back several years that there are exceptions for Sunsets 3 and 4 within 2 feet of the street.
That doesn't make it good.
Yeah. Yes, we're aware that there are some tight spaces. I would like to go back in person and measure the distance between the existing hedge and confirm that the survey is completely accurate on that. If it is in fact too tight, we would have to pay into the tree trust fund for the few trees that don't fit just because we've already completely maxed out every 20 feet along the perimeter of the property.
Okay, well, just confirm that it can stay. If it does, then I think you should, regardless of the 2 feet by the commission, you should plant the street trees farther away from the curb.
Okay, we can adjust that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would just like to say that I think this design is really beautiful, and it really reflects. I thank you also for being sensitive to the neighborhood. It's trickier, Ryan. I have a lot of respect. It's as you probably know, it's trickier than it seems when you're combining, some of the contemporary, the big windows, things like that, with more traditional. And I think that you've pulled it off beautifully. So I'm supportive of the design. And all the variances. I understand. I feel like you've made a good case. I understand. If nobody has any other comments, does they want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion on this.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to approve DRB 23-0905 and also to approve variances 1, 2, and 3.
I second.
We'll do 2 motions. The first motion for the design, and that was seconded by Mr. Comas.
Mm-hmm.
All in favor of the design?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0. And then, Scott, you want to do a second motion for
I
the
make
variances?
a motion to approve variances 1, 2, and 3.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Sheldon. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
We're now going to move on to DRB 230911.
The next item in the agenda is DRB 23-0911, 328th Street. An application has been filed requesting design review approval on an advisory basis for the construction of a new auxiliary electrical building to replace an existing auxiliary electrical building associated with the existing 28th Street pump station.
Now, this process is similar to what has been done in the past for other pump stations or streetscape projects that require advisory review. The city comes to the DRB for any comments and feedback, and the DRB's recommendations are sent to the City Commission via LTC. With this is a utilitarian improvement by replacing all the structures for the facility. Staff is recommending approval as proposed. And with that, I'll turn it over to the representatives to present the applications.
Thank you. My name is Anthony Nemec with Hazen and Sawyer, and we are the prime consultant for this project, which is through the Miami Beach Public Works Department, Infrastructure Division. I also have with me our architect, Jordi Esteban, and we'll be presenting to you the overall improvements to the building that we're proposing, as well as some of the improvements to the pump station itself, as it relates to one of these critical CIP project for the city. So we're going to go over briefly the scope of work. We're going to look at the existing facility photos, look at the demolition plans, and then also show some renderings and drawings of the proposed layout for the new building. So this project, this pump station is one of the city's largest pump stations that is part of their transmission system that pumps to Miami-Dade Water and Sewer. And so this pump station is in dire need of rehabilitation due to the age of the asset, as well as the equipment within the electrical and generator building. So what we're trying to do here is not only rehab the facility, but also improve the facility to also meet flood, base flood elevations, and also rehab the facility for expansion, for the future. In addition to the brand new building that we're proposing that will hold the electrical equipment and generator, we're also going to be rehabilitating the pump station, which includes all the pumping facilities, electrical gear, structural rehab, replacement of hatchways, waterproofing, water hardening the facility, Also, taking into account some other improvements that the city has asked to make it a more robust facility, and so including ventilation, odor control, etc. And lastly, the last part of this project is a new forest main that'll be abandoning a 30-inch that goes under other parking lots and other greenway space. We'll be moving it to a more accessible location so that the city can maintain that forest main on the south side of the property. And with that, do you want to go over some of the?
I'll take it over.
Sure thing.
Hello, Jordi Esteban Design Studio. I'm the architect of record for the project, for the building specifically. So, as you know, this is the site of the historic 28th Street obelisk, the corner of, the intersection of Pine Tree, 28th Street, and Sheridan, next to the youth center. The current building is on the northwest corner of the park ground, and that's where we are going to keep the new building. Just briefly, some photos of the existing building. And some photos of the existing pump station infrastructure. So this will be a complete demolition. Part of the project, part of the improvement is raising the building so that we're meeting with the resilience ordinance. So it will be a bit taller than it is right now, about 4 feet to be exact. This is the proposed site plan. So as I mentioned, we're going to keep it in the same location. Right now, the existing building is sort of volumetrically, it's got 3 or 4 different volumes. We're trying to look at this a little bit more streamlined, just to sort of minimize the scale of the building, because we already have to increase the scale by height. So we'd like to keep it as compact as possible. The other thing to note is, we've been working with historic preservation on this project, and one of the things that we felt was important is that the new building sort of be a little bit more cohesive with the obelisk. It's something that the existing building doesn't do, and from a design point of view, that strikes me a little bit because it makes it stand out even more and not in a good way. So we wanted to borrow some of the details from the obelisk, not to make it look like a historic building, but that the site read a little bit more cohesive. Its proximity to the obelisk is something that you can't really screen. So when you look at the two in context, I think it's important that from a material point of view and a style point of view that they're more relatable. So this is the proposed floor plan. The bottom half, which is the south half of the building, is the electrical room, and the north half of the building is the generator room. And then what we've added to the building that the existing building doesn't have is a restroom for the city employees that will be working there. I'll flip through these elevations. We've got some reviews. So just a rendered aerial view showing the new building. This is the view from the northwest corner. So just a point here that, again, in trying to address the massing of the building, this lower volume is that restroom, storage, and enclosure for the fuel tank. So we thought it was important, rather than to keep it all at the same height, to step down that volume, because it's the volume that's closest connected to the sidewalk and the pedestrian. And so, again, just to control a little bit the scale and how the building will read to the public and to the pedestrian. This is a view from the northeast, so sort of between the obelisk now and the building. This is the side facing the obelisk. You'll see it is a utilitarian building, so there are no windows. All we have are, in terms of openings, are the doors to access the building and louvers that we need for the ventilation of the generator. This is the view from the north. Apologies for the arrows on the location map that are incorrect. But so this is a view across the street from us. We have, I think, multifamily, low density, 2-story building. And then this is the view approaching the site from the southwest, so sidewalk view. I think that's it. Yep, that's pretty much. That's pretty much it.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak? I don't see anybody here in the chamber, online.
And there is nobody online?
Okay. I'm closing the public portion of the presentation and opening it up to the board for comments.
So the part that faces the obelisk seems to be the worst part, and there's zero landscaping. Can they put landscaping in front of that there?
In front of which?
Where the 2 stairs go up.
On the east side.
The doors and the green vents.
Okay.
And a gutter.
Yeah.
Straight down the middle. It's like it's just
the most exposed.
This happened on Belle Isle, and they literally put it so close to the edge that there wasn't room for landscaping. And listen, you can't dress this building up, but you can hide it more than that, I think.
Yep. Yeah.
And especially the obelisk is kind of a central focus. So, that would be just landscape that.
Yeah. We were trying to maintain a line of sight from Pine Tree Drive on the east side. I know some of the figures don't show Pine Tree Drive, but that was our primary focus, to not obstruct that line of sight, because we were also thinking about relocating the building at a given point instead of putting it in its current location. But after some conceptual layouts, there was really no better location than where it is now. So we kept it on the northwest corner. So just also keep that in mind, that we did do that evaluation and look at other locations on the property.
So do you think you could add some landscaping as designed?
We can.
Yeah, there's enough green.
There's enough green area
in the separation that we can add landscape.
I would also say is that a downspout on
from
that?
the roof? Yeah.
And could you relocate that, or? Scott makes a good point. If this is the one side that people are really going to see, understandable. It has to be utilitarian, but.
We looked at that because of how long the building is and the sloping of the hollow core planks that are on the roof. We were trying to slope it all to the west side, which is the side that borders where the other hedges are, and I don't think we were able to accommodate putting it. So that's why we had to divide the area so that one side sloped to the right, one side sloped to the left. But we can definitely revisit it again to see if there's any possible way to move it to maybe the north side and rotate the drainage on the roof potentially.
So the side that's being exposed, that's facing the obelisk, that's
to the east.
That's the east side.
East side, yeah. So right now it divides east and west when it drains, when the roof drains.
And what about the railings? Are those black or silver?
So the railings, as far as design, that's another one of the elements that we were borrowing from the obelisk, right? So rather than seeing just your typical round pipe rail, we're taking the vertical picket, which is square. The obelisk currently has black. I think in discussion with the team, at the city, they were thinking more of gray instead of black. I think the original railings of the obelisk are wrought iron, so it makes sense that they're black. So, if you have an opinion on that or a recommendation on that, we'd be happy to.
It seems like there's other metal elements around. I would think it should all be the same color metal.
Such as like the downspouts of the gutters.
I would try to make the downspout as
disappear.
Right now, that's what everybody's staring at. It goes down the front center.
Yeah, that was one of our
it was painted. But no, I would just try to make it as it seems like there's a lot of silver elements. Maybe I'm reading it wrong, but just to make that all silver, or if they're black, whatever. Just, we don't need 17 different types of metal.
Sure.
You know, it should all be the same. Yeah, any other. And maybe even, again, on that side, and maybe you can bring up the side. It's page 24. I think that's the one that we keep looking at.
Yep.
Yeah.
Even just, I don't know, sort of eyebrow or something along to break up, you know, the height. Are those doors? Sorry.
Those are doors, yeah.
You know,
So they're
between,
double
and
doors.
the only decorative element is this white line, but there's a lot of height there that maybe there could be something, you know, just a little bit.
We can look at that.
I don't know if anybody else has any other, you know, simple suggestions.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the city has had these public kind of like pump stations and various projects come in front of the DRB. They never used to, but they do now because people were upset because they all were being in areas people would see and they were super ugly. Specifically, the one that was happening behind that building off of Lincoln and Alton. There was one back there in that redone parking lot. There were some in Sunset Harbor that were right in the middle of streets. So the commission decided that they want us to take a look at these things. So barring a kind of a substantial relook at your facades and all of this stuff, all I can say is, like, you need to heavily landscape around this entire building, to be honest with you. I mean, these are, you can see the height of this guy standing here in this rendering. You know, this building is standing at least 18 feet high, probably, I give or take. I didn't look off the elevation, but so it's fairly big. And yes, it is utilitarian. It has 4 walls and a roof, and you know, how much money the city spends on it is one thing, but you know, our obligation technically is what the commission's intent was that, oh, we would look at it and we would kind of like fix it. And I'm not sure how much really we can do here. I think everything Sarah said, like the downspout, of course, like seems to be a big accentuator here, and the unpainted or the silver painted doors for some reason. I don't know why the color was selected to be this way. I'm not really sure about really any of it and how much we really want to get into it, but I would just say, as a board, you know, our role is to kind of make sure that these things, as they pop up around the city, and that they are all over the place, just like the bus stops, Sarah, are not the, you know, these eyesores that they once were. So if we feel like this is not an eyesore anymore, I'm all for it. But I would kind of put up a little bit more of a challenge here to the architect.
Hey, Jason, just to your point, would you suggest that, for example, that the doors and louvers and downspout, that all those be the same color as the building, so none of that stands out?
Yeah, I guess because I don't really. I think it's kind of a funny design aesthetic that we're highlighting. Like it looks like to me like they're hollow. You know, they're going to be metal doors, obviously, and there's silver. And then there's like the silver downspout. It seems like 3 strange things to kind of call attention to. So I don't know. Maybe it needs to be more of a uniform. You know, I kind of see they've done some painting thing where the base is one color and the top is another color, and I guess that's in an effort to kind of break up the volumes, which is I think good. Whenever we use stucco, I certainly am a big fan of using expansion and control joints to create some visual interest in a project, which technically you should be using when you do stucco anyway, just so it doesn't crack, but you can use them to make you know, patterns and delineations in a stucco facade, which may otherwise just be a plain facade. It might be a way, you know, the eyebrow, I think, idea was really interesting. Sarah, something, I think you know, it is what it is right now, which is kind of like 4 walls and a roof, as far as I can see.
And do you need the walkway in front of, because you have the steps going up to the doors, do you need the walkway in front of that? Or could that be landscaping?
Well, it's. I think that's more for just maintenance of the service vehicles we've got on the south of the building, which used to be on this side of the building, so between the building and the obelisk were the two compressor units for the air conditioner. So we moved those to the south side and screened them with landscaping, but we still need to, I think, provide the walkway. Now, the plaza of the obelisk is a sort of brick paver. Could we do that in the brick paver, just to again start to make it more cohesive and not?
Yeah, because I'm just wondering if I could understand having the utilitarian walkway for access, but maybe that could be the same pattern or a paver pattern, but you have landscaping between that walkway and the building, so that landscaping is further away from the obelisk and closer to the building to screen it. I don't know what you guys think that would be appropriate.
Yeah, I think it could go. That could be a big help. We've also approved and suggested on some of these buildings like some type of a decorative, even like metal screen and stuff. That's what we did on that one off of Lincoln at Alton Road in the parking lot. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to make this something it doesn't want to be, but I do think any effort to kind of surround it in lush landscaping might be nice because it's a fairly visible corner. I mean, I've seen this building a million times. When you drive down there.
I think that's something we can look at.
To see what the board thinks.
No, thank you, Jason. Any other, Sarah, do you have any thoughts, or Orlando, any suggestions? Anyone? No. Has anybody, does it seem like something can be adjusted at staff level?
Since this is all advisory, I think these would, like everything that you guys have mentioned, I can include as recommendations to the City Commission, and the City Commission can decide if they want to implement the guidance from the DRB.
Can I ask one more question? Is this fuel tank going to be filled regularly, or so back to Belle Isle, sorry about the pump station. They have trucks regularly accessing it, and the trucks seem to always trench in the grass and or knock over landscaping when they try to make. So they tried to cover it with landscaping, but they never gave proper access to the trucks, and that tank is super ugly and behind like a chain link, with a very see-through fence.
Yeah, it'll be screened though. It'll be screened.
Yeah, is a truck going to regularly have to access that? Because
regularly being like once a week. Or
I don't know, because
it's not as frequent.
Will they go down this concrete, or will they drive in the grass? Because they drive in wet grass a couple times and it becomes trenched, and then you also start seeing like sidewalks that they go over being crushed. So I don't want to set this up for, to look like crap after regular maintenance.
So on the north side, you have that road that approaches the pump station, which is where they'll have access for fuel tanks that come, I would say, not regularly. Mm-hmm. The diesel tank is for the generator, and the generator doesn't run that often. I usually just only run it per what they're required to do to make sure that it runs properly for maintenance and things of that nature. So with that being said, we don't believe that it's going to impact the grass areas or the green areas or any of the landscape that's going to be there, because there is also an approach apron too that comes into the pump station as well.
Yeah, because it looks like that walkway is not wide enough for a truck to access. So, would the truck fueling that tank be on Sheridan or 28th Street?
Well, the truck access, if you can see where the pointer is, right, is just.
Okay, so they're able to back in and access from there. Okay,
yeah, yeah. Everything else is.
And you can provide like a solid screening gate system for those. It doesn't.
Yeah.
So we can do that, so you don't see the tank.
Yeah.
And make sure to make that access road wide enough. I think that was Scott's point, so that it doesn't look like it's very wide.
I actually have a comment, maybe a suggestion. I don't know if this is an option, but where the staircase is coming up and entering those two doors, utilitarian doors, could that be a low curved wall, sort of like to respond somehow to the curve in the obelisk? And then as you're looking at it in front, you would see not a tall wall, but just medium size maybe, that can prevent that from just looking at a block with those two doors and the staircase and the handrails.
So like a wall a wall instead of
I mean,
like a
instead of where
screening
the railing is, right?
a screening wall instead of the railing and everything else.
Kind of like
a wall.
breezeway.
Yeah, something like a breezeway.
Like a breezeway.
Exactly.
Like a breeze block type.
Just an element, a little bit of an element of design there on this side.
You're saying in place of
Because
the...
it's responding to the curb, right? I mean, there's a curb already. We have the obelisk. It's kind of like the centerpiece of this whole area. And maybe creating a wall just quietly there with the landscape around. And still, I mean, you still have access to those two sides, but you have an element that is actually going to cover that gutter if you still have to do that gutter like that. Unless you have another element for the gutter. But if you can't, at the very least, you won't see, I'm not even looking at this, you just see a wall.
Well, I think, yeah, you could basically, instead of the railing, that would be a wall that would be extending along both sides at a certain height. Maybe, and of course, it's solid where it's below the floor, and some sort of breeze block element above that is screening the doors and the building behind, and then you could have a layer of landscaping, in front of that possibly.
I think we just might have to be careful because through these sets of double doors is where a lot of the equipment comes in and out. So if we do a wall there, it'll have to be something where maybe it's a removable panel, or we can really, because that's how the railing, I think, is meant to be designed, where there's a section of it that can be removed.
Oh, okay.
For those moments.
Okay.
So
didn't realize that. Okay.
That's an issue.
A lot of equipment come in and out of there.
So it's like a loading dock then sometimes.
It can be. We can do maybe a screening wall on the edge of the sidewalk potentially, so that it's still allowing that facilitate that access, but also blocking, the optics of those two double doors, the lights also, and if we can.
Maybe the board can recommend, reviewing or having you guys look at elements including landscaping, walls, breeze block, to further screen the building from the obelisk.
I think what's going to be the most successful is something decorative between the roof line and the doors. That seems like it's out of the way. Nothing's going to hit it when you're loading things in and out. It's just enough of something, but also you really don't want to call attention to this that much. It's like just enough to give it a little bit of interest, but then everybody goes on their way. And I don't know, maybe it's using breeze block. I know that's inexpensive or something. I mean, I don't know if the inside of this building has to be enclosed for all the equipment. Whatever it is, that would be
is
my
this building fully enclosed and weatherproof? The interior?
The electrical room is, yeah. Whereas the generator building has louvers, which prevents water from getting in. So
I would think from what I'm hearing is we're recommending additional landscaping. It's just focusing on this east facade, additional landscaping, something on that facade. Examine this. Yes. And then make the, all the railings the same silver. If the doors are silver, make the railing silver, all of that. But to focus the efforts just on this, it seems like that's what we keep focusing.
That's a priority.
Yes.
Focus on minimizing the building. But I guess, because one of the comments was to possibly paint the doors the same color as the building so that you don't accentuate that. But then, of course, wherever you have railings, or that all be the same sort of consistent material and finish, or cause I've said separate from the louvers from the building and the doors from the building.
I think it might be more successful if we look at the metalwork in more of like a dark bronze color, so that it is closer to the metalwork on the obelisk, and it's a natural. It'll look more like a natural metal finish rather than trying to give it a paint color that I think will need a lot of maintenance and will just look like we're trying to hide. I don't know. We can look at it both ways.
What's the material for, I guess, the slats on the windows?
Well, so those are actually the louvers themselves. They're louvers themselves, so it's just metal. It's all
just
again,
metal.
It's more metal.
Yeah,
so I think if it all is in that dark bronze, but it's consistent, then it kind of is what it is.
Right. I think consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe not necessarily consistent with the obelisk, but at least consistent with itself.
Okay.
And maybe those louvers could be the breeze block instead, right? Instead of just a a utilitarian metal louver, which I understand is usually what you might see on a pump station, but maybe here it's more of a decorative breeze block, which could kind of look nice around the electric room. You have it on 3 sides, and maybe that's an element to make the building look a little bit more softer, I guess. And for me, I feel like more uniformity to the color might be a good idea, but again, there's a lot of things here. I think we can't really tell you exactly what to do, but clearly we think it needs a little bit more exploration, I guess.
Okay. You have good direction, Michael? Good?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're ready to move on. And was I supposed to take public comments on that?
Oh, let's see. I didn't see anybody with their hand raised online,
Okay.
so.
Okay, I guess not. Moving on. DRB, is it 230909?
Giselle? We're doing, yeah.
The next item in the agenda is DRB 23-0909, 28 Star Island. An application has been filed requesting modifications to a previously issued design review approval for the construction of a new 2-story residence on a vacant site. Specifically, the applicant is requesting a variance to exceed the maximum height allowed for an elevator bulkhead.
So like other projects on Star Island, this applicant is requesting approval to exceed the maximum height allowed above the main roof for elevator bulkhead. The maximum code allowed height is 10 feet, and they're requesting 13 feet. This type of variance has typically been approved for properties on Star Island, which do have very large properties, and the elevator can be centrally located and its view minimized from the street. We're supportive of the application and are recommending approval.
And before we start, have there been any ex-parte communications with any of the board members? No? Okay, and then I believe I have one person to swear in.
Yes.
So if you could, sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, and then Mr. Amster is 10 minutes, okay?
Yes. Good afternoon once again. Matt Amster with the law firm of Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanes. Offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. Here today on behalf of CREAR Corporation, which is the property owner, represented by Luis Nieva Silveira. He's actually in Brazil, but I believe he's following along on Zoom. Our architect, J.J. Wood from Urban Robot, and I have my colleagues from the firm, Michael Larkin and Emily Balter. This is a project already approved, and in fact, there's a foundation permit already underway. If we can get the presentation started. Thank you. There's the location on the left and relatively recent photos of the existing conditions getting going on a building. It was approved in 2021 by this board. It has an understory and was designed by Seota from South Africa. We had one waiver but no variance requests. So it is a resilient project, and as things are very well along in the permitting process, again, having these 4 levels does impact the appropriate size of an elevator. So all we're here for today is to just allow the introduction of a commercial size elevator, which is the appropriate elevator for this 4-level height differential in this house. And that has a higher overrun for safety equipment on the top, and so it exceeds the maximum bulkhead of a residential elevator by 3 feet. So we're seeking a variance just to allow for that additional 3 feet of only the elevator bulkhead. It's very centrally located. Again, this is Star Island, very large lots. The elevator is central. And if you go to the next page, we did reach out. This is the handout that I gave you with our 2 letters of support. They are from our immediately abutting neighbors. We really don't have a neighbor across the street due to the central park on Star Island. And I know that even for the north lot, we were going to have Tucker Gibbs represents Mr. Janszewski, but Tucker was unavailable to make it at this point of the meeting. This is the only time he couldn't make it. But anyway, we have his letter of support, his client's letter of support. And with that, I will have JJ give you some more details.
So overall, it's a fairly simple volumetric study here. This rendering kind of shows the view from the water side. And actually, it's interesting because this view, along with the cover sheet view, you can't actually see the elevator from where it's located from either of these views. But this is kind of a tropical modern home. It's heavily planted. It's heavily landscaped. It does have the understory. And so the scope of the application, if that image clears, is basically showing the elevator in this zone. So it's about 178 feet from the westernmost property line and about 218 feet or so from the water line. So it is fairly centralized in the center of the home. The scope of what we're asking for is basically this additional 3 feet for a commercial elevator. Requires clearance on inside the shaft for safety reasons, for maintenance. These line of sight diagrams show that because the elevator is set so far back, you really can't see it, the fact that it's going up just 3 feet. And so this rendering just shows effectively we're going to continue the cladding, this beautiful limestone cladding. We're going to continue up into that bulkhead to kind of minimize the impact. We are keeping the eyebrow that was already approved, sort of a coverage from the entry into that rooftop. And so that is effectively the only rendering that shows that additional 3 feet. The rest of the drawings are appendix drawings, sections, and plans in case there's any other questions.
Thank you, JJ. So really, in summary, very few homes are of nature that require this, but the understory actually is helpful for resiliency, and yet the 4 levels are not well served by a residential elevator. I think at some point, this has been approved for a few other Star Island homes and the nature of those size of the homes based on the size of the lots. Perhaps the code should reflect that, but at the moment, it requires us to come and ask for a variance to allow for a commercial elevator. We're here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody from the public wishing to speak? Anybody online?
There was nobody online before I lost my connection. I see nobody in chambers.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to close the public portion. Oh, wait, are you still looking? Sorry.
No, my connection is down, so I can't see, but there's nobody.
Okay. I'd like to close the public portion and open it up to the board for discussion.
Yeah, I concur with staff's analysis that supporting the grant of the variance, noting that the proposed elevator is minimally visible given the expansive nature of the site, which is typical for estate lots on Star Island. The proposed modest increase in height for the elevator is not expected to be detrimental to the surrounding properties. And noting that that a home of this size is typically best served by a commercial elevator, and noticing the absence of any opposition from any of the neighbors.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to contribute anything? Jason? No? Does anybody?
If that's the case, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve this variance request.
Let's see, is Jason there? Because I lost my connection, so.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't vocalize. I was shaking my head. I agree.
Okay.
No comment.
Forgot you weren't here with us. So okay, yes. So sorry, Sam, you started. Just make a motion.
I make a motion to approve this variance request.
Second by Mr. Coleman?
I can second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Our final project, DRB 230907.
The next item in the agenda is DRB 23-0907, 200 South Point Drive. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for exterior modifications to an existing commercial building, including modifications to the ground floor entrance and rooftop terrace.
So as noted in our staff report, this applicant is related to the rooftop of an accessory 2-story building that was constructed as part of the Continuum South Beach project. The scope includes modifications to both the ground floor near the entrance and the rooftop, including a large, expansive, retractable system for louvers over the roof. In our staff report, we noted that based upon the design, there was a disconnect between the trellis system proposed at the ground floor, which had like a wood-like finish, versus the colored aluminum finish for the rooftop. So we're recommending that the rooftop design be more aligned with the wood finished or the wood simulated finish of the trellis on the ground floor, and that the applicant work with the curve of the roof versus having the orthogonal trellis of the rooftop just run into the curve. So we are recommending approval, but that the design of the rooftop be more reflective of the wood-like trellis at the ground floor, and that the aluminum trellis, the retractable portion, be changed to a retractable canvas versus the trellis that's shown, the louvered system that's proposed. Now there has been an issue with that in the past, in terms of we have allowed a retractable canvas to be allowed to not count as FAR for a rooftop. Otherwise, a fully covered system does count as FAR. So I'm willing to modify our condition, leaving that subject to the planning director's review. So if the planning director is comfortable with a retractable system that's shown, then the board can approve that. And if it is an issue, then we would require that it be converted to a retractable canvas. But that will be subject to the final review by the planning director. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Larkin.
And Mr. Larkin, before we start, is Kobe going to be testifying?
Yes.
Sorry, I need to swear him. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Okay. And for the board members, have you had any ex-parte communications with the applicant? No. Okay.
Great. Yes. So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, Sarah, to the board. I read through all your resume. It took me 10 minutes. It's quite an extensive resume, so I'm happy that you're on the board. Welcome. So good afternoon, everybody. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the applicant. With me today is Eugene Rim. He's the Catch CEO. He's appearing via Zoom. Kobe Karp is here. Our landscape architect, Vincent Villagenzi, is via Zoom, and Emily Balter, my colleague, is here running the presentation. So we're happy that staff is in support of our application. With that modification that Michael read into the record with regard to condition 1B, that was using canvas as a roofing material, which we are not a fan of at all. We think that aluminum can be used, and we will just use it when it's necessary, so I don't think it represents a floor area issue. But with that, we'll accept that modification. 1A is no issue. 1B with that modification will be fine. So let's start the presentation. Okay, next slide. So this is on the south side of South Point Drive. It's surrounded by the Continuum, South Point, and Portofino condominiums. It's in the RPS 4 zoning district. Next slide. As you all can see, this building hasn't been touched months since its original construction, so it's in need of some little TLC right now. Next slide. So the building was developed in 2012 as an accessory restaurant building to the Continuum. From 2014 to 2019, it was Chibo Wine Bar. I'm sure you all went there from time to time. The images of it are on the right-hand side. It was a popular, well-liked restaurant, but when Chibo closed, the building was vacant for about 2 years. In 2021, it became Aki, a restaurant dark club concept from Norway that was interesting but never really caught on to the locals. So as a result, it closed. Toward the second half of last year, the building was purchased by Black Lion Investment Group, which is committed to bringing high-quality restaurant uses to the south of 5th neighborhood. In 2022, Black Lion signs Catch as a tenant to a long-term lease. We already obtained a conditional use permit for Catch and amended the code somewhat to support their use. We have reached out to SOFNA. SOFNA is in complete support of this application. We will present to the Continuum Master Association in the next couple of weeks. But everyone's feedback has been really positive. They're excited about the small changes that we're making to the front exterior and to the rooftop. Catch is now actually going forward. They're already under construction in the interior space, and they're excited to go forward as quickly as possible. With regard to the changes that we are proposing, number one, shifting the main entrance from the side of the building, which is always kind of odd, next to the continuum, to the corner of the building that faces South Point Drive. That's a definite improvement. Number two, creating a signature entrance experience for patrons, which want to catch his hallmarks at all their locations. Here they're proposing to add landscaping, a small fountain and a trellis to beautify the front entrance. And number three, upgrading the old static trellises on the rooftop to create a new retractable canopy system that will look both beautiful and help contain any noise generated on the rooftop. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Kobe. He's going to walk you all through his design.
Hi, good afternoon. Good to see you guys. So if you go to the next image, please. Basically, we do agree with staff recommendations about matching the tonality. Next image, please. There's a blow-up of that. Next image, please. Yeah, so this is the color I think that staff prefers. If you go back one image, you can see that's the image. We are going to change the green to that tone below. And then also the other comment was by staff is to have the structure have a radiating, like if you go back a couple of images, like there it is, like this one right here where it radiates to the outside, and we agree with that. We can certainly comply with that. That's not an issue at all. Next image, please. Next image, please. That's the tonality on the street improvement. Next image, please. That's the materials. Working with David Rockwell's office on this as well. Great guys. Next image, please. That's from the public right away. Next image, please. That shows the rooftop. Next image. That's the existing condition. Next image. Next. 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 And so this is the image that we need to change, right? Because instead of making it 90 degrees, change it to the radiating. But you can see the images on the right hand and the left, what we're looking for it to look like. Next image, please. And that's from the inside, but instead of the green, it shall be more of the natural wood like it is at the ground level, which is complementary to everything else that we're looking to do. Next image. And that's the overall landscape. Next image. That's it. Thank you so much for your time.
So that's it. We're happy to answer any questions you all might have.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone from the public?
We have one person with their hand raised online, Keith Marks.
Good afternoon, Mr. Marks.
Hi.
Hi, before you address the board, I just need to swear you in.
Okay.
All right. Do you, please raise your right
not
hand.
To swear.
Okay. Please raise your right hand.
Can
Do you
you
swear or
tell
affirm?
Go ahead.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Thank you, and I'll set the clock at 2 minutes.
Yes. So my name is Keith Marks. I'll work backwards. I'm the vice president of SOFNA, who had a public, both a private conversation, closed-door executive meeting, and a public on this design. And then I am also the president of the North Tower, which is the neighbor directly across, and the president of the Master Association, which has outside responsibility, and in which this building's footprint sits. Had very good conversations with the owner, Robert Ravani, with Eugene Rem. We love the design. We understand some of the changes. I'm a little disappointed that we have to go away from the green. We thought that differentiated and added a little style. Apparently everything has to be the same, which I don't understand, but I'm not going to fight City Hall on why all our products down here have to conform instead of having things blended. We thought that green gave it a rich New York kind of tavern on the green look at top and a rich look coming in, but whatever you guys think. But absolutely, positively, can tell you as a continuum master, we strongly object to the concept that we're moving from this elegant, expensive trellis system, which provides, when it is closed, soundproofing and looks metal and elegant to a canvas. A canvas canopy will, no offense to anyone who came up with the idea, but it seemed like somebody would design that for Chevys. It's going to get mold. It has no soundproofing. It is ugly, and I cannot conceive of how, if they're planning to spend over $1 million on the rooftop to beautify it, we would not use a modern beautification system like they're proposing. We are strongly against that recommendation and would have to take it to the board, the commission, but I pray that you talk to the people that are there, that are representing Catch, and can work that out so that you can use the system that we like, that they want. Thank you.
Mr. Marks, you've gone past your time. Thank you so much for your comments. We'll definitely discuss them.
With that, there are no other speakers.
Oh.
I'm now closing the public portion of the meeting, opening up for discussion by the board.
What do you have against? What does staff have against?
No, the design is nice. It's just an FAR issue. We've approved in the past coverings that are more temporary, retractable type of awnings. Once you have a full solid structure like this, we have to consider for zoning when the system is fully closed. And fully closed, it's a completely solid covering. So design-wise, I think it's really nice. It's just something that the planning director, Tom Mooney, would have to determine that this does not constitute adding additional FAR because of the closed system. If that's the case, then it's fine. They can do the retractable trellis.
Still open on the sides, though, right?
Yeah, it's still open on the sides, right.
I mean, it seems like one of those silly things that we're looking at doing something in my building like that, and the canvas is just a nightmare, and it looks crappy really quickly. So
I understand. I'm very supportive of it, as long as I wasn't able to discuss that before the meeting with the planning director, and if he's comfortable with this, then of course, like I mentioned earlier, and Mr. Larkin accepted, this will be up to the determination of the planning director, and if he determines that this does not add FAR, then it can be this retractable, because I agree, it is a better system, and it looks better, and it's easier to maintain. So if we can go with it, then that's fine.
I will say there are, whether it's canvas or another type of fabric. I mean, Juvia has a fabric style retractable roof that's absolutely beautiful. So I wouldn't necessarily say using any kind of a fabric type system is not maintainable or not viable, because there's several really beautiful examples of that right here in Miami Beach. So, it's something that the designer and the team, I guess they need to explore. Because I have a feeling Tom's not going to allow you to create more permanent occupiable space like that. Otherwise, everybody would be kind of doing something like that and just calling it, a covered balcony, when it actually increases your permanent restaurant seating by 50%.
So where does that leave us?
We have a condition that's flexible, where if the board is accepting of the retractable trellis system as proposed, that the board can approve that with the condition that be reviewed by the planning director, and we can approve that as long as it does not add additional or does not constitute additional floor area. If it does, then the option is that the applicant will have to modify the design to go with a retractable system that can be approved that does not add FAR. Okay. That could be all done at staff level.
I make a motion to approve, subject to the condition just articulated by Mr. Belush.
Is the board comfortable with the condition we had regarding the materials, the color for the rooftop to match the ground floor?
Yes.
I take it that
Yes.
because I like the green too, and the part on the ground floor you can't get in green. It would look odd. Yeah,
We agree,
as opposed
Sarah.
to doing the other way.
We
Okay,
agree.
just very.
Thank
There
you.
is, at least on the picture here, the rendering. There's also on the under the trellis on the ground floor this sort of black insert. It looks like,
Arbor.
and I would say if you move forward with that, I would just maybe extend it so it goes all the way to the top. It sort of ends. You know, just a small
got it.
detail.
Absolutely.
When you see the picture, you'll see what I mean. Okay, and then also making the change to make it radial in the front, which I
Yes.
thought was a nice
Correct.
detail too.
Right.
So motion made by Mr. Sheldon. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Comas. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Great.
Motion passes.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very
Welcome.
much. Take care.
Our next meeting is May 2nd.
I'd like to sort of adjourn today's meeting. That's it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Take care.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.